Just find that one. In 1977, 3 years after we discovered the no longer missing link in the human evolutionary lineage, Harvard paleontologist Stephen Jay Gould mentioned an extreme rarity of other clear transitions persistent in the fossil record till that time, and his comment, taken out of context, remains a favorite of creationist quote miners to this day. But in the more than 30 years since then, there has been a paleontological boon such that we now have way more transitional species and many more lineages than we ever needed or hoped for. Now the problem for evolution is that there are too many contenders, while a compounding problem for creationists is that not even one of them should exist if their story was true, and yet they do, by the bushelful. Despite their complaints to the contrary, the intermediate gradations in the human evolutionary line are now so fine that paleoanthropologists can't agree whether they're all different species or merely mildly modified varieties of the same ones, such that there are no more links needed for human evolution anymore. But creationists still say we've never found anything that was half ape and half human. Adhering always to black or white absolutes and being thus unwilling to admit any degree of variance other than 100% or 0, they make sure to divide every find into one of two boxes, even when they can't make up their minds which side of that imaginary partition each one belongs to. Demanding an ape man is actually just as silly as asking to see a mammal man or a half-human, half-vertebrate. How about a half-dachshund, half-dog? It's the same thing. One may as well insist on seeing a town halfway between Los Angeles and California. Because the problem with bridging the gap between humans and apes is that there is no gap, because humans are apes, definitely and definitively. The word ape doesn't refer to a species, but to a parent category of collective species, and we're included. This is no arbitrary classification like the creationists use. It was first determined via meticulous physical analysis by Christian scientists a century before Darwin, and has been confirmed in recent years with new revelations in genetics. Furthermore, it is impossible to define all the characters exclusively indicative of every known member of the family of apes without describing our own genera as one among them. Consequently, we can and have proven that humans are apes in exactly the same way that lions are cats and iguanas are lizards and whales are mammals. So where is the proof that humans descend from apes? How about the fact that we're still apes right now? Creationists often complain that science supposedly says there was only one universal ancestor of all living things, and that along the way we evolved both into and then from bacteria. But that doesn't seem to be the case. 21st century revelations in genomic research now imply that the origins of evolution come quite a while after the origins of life. There are now indications that at the root of each of the largest possible taxonomic divisions there was a point when descent, as it is currently understood, was not yet occurring, at least not in any determinable lineage, and instead there was a sort of horizontal gene transfer going on which could not truly be considered part of the evolutionary process. By definition, evolution requires inherited genetic frequencies, but the co-requirement of descent with modification only allows for one series of ancestors rather than multiple lines of largely unrelated ones being inexplicably blended together. While taxonomy still points to a single common ancestor for all eukaryotes, that ancestor seems to be one of two or maybe three cellular siblings who evidently did not all descend from any sort of shared conventional parent. So at the point where an actual evolutionary phylogeny began to take over more or less exclusively, the domain eukarya had evidently already emerged separately and quite distinct from either of the prokaryote lineages.
The branching tree pattern of Darwin's theory is actually not seen anywhere in the fossil record unless we impose it with our own minds.
Wrong, sir. Wrong.
The only way to objectively categorize all sorts of life is by their common characters, those features shared by every member of that collective and only by them. This is how those traits become diagnostic and directly indicative of unique groups. Let us also remember that the first man to attempt to classify all living things was a convinced Christian creationist who knew of no other option, as he had never heard of evolution and had never even conceived of common ancestry, and therefore certainly wasn't trying to defend or promote either one. But the system he originally devised, which is still in use today, determines that everything that is truly alive can be divided into two main branches, which each then continue diverging in an ongoing series of subdivisions emerging within parental sets, henceforth known as clades. The accuracy of divisions at the base of eukarya is still being explored, because Protista turned out to be way too diverse to be considered a single grouping, but there's no speculation required to determine that humans definitely descend from eukaryotes, because it's a verifiable fact that every one of our cells is initially nucleic. Moving on, one notable subset of eukarya is Rhopistacanta, whose gamete cells have a single posterior flagellum. One subset of this group is metazoa, also known as kingdom Animalia, multicellular opisticons which must ingest other organisms in some sort of digestive tract in order to survive. The biological definition, and in fact even the common dictionary definitions, describe humans as belonging to the animal kingdom. Creationists howl at the idea that they should be animals, but if you have any knowledge at all of what an animal even is, then you know you are one. This isn't a matter of opinion either. It is a fact, and we can prove it. Taxonomy is based as much on an organism's physiognomy, reproduction, and development as it is on the form itself. For this reason, the animal kingdom is then divided between the sponges and everything else more advanced than that, including bilateria. These are triploblast animals which at some stage of development are bilaterally symmetrical. One subset of that is collimata, bilaterally symmetrical animals with a tubular internal digestive cavity. One of its subsequent subdivisions is deuterostomia, collimates in which the early development of the digestive tract begins with the blastopore opening the anal orifice before the one for the mouth. This is a strange thing to have in common with every other higher life form, isn't it? If they were all specially created, one might think that any one of them could develop by some other means or in some other order. Maybe snails would develop like mammals and fish develop like squids, something like that. Something that wouldn't only indicate an inherited trait consistent with both the genetics and morphology of common ancestry. But instead, every vertebrate has red blood, while chelicerates and mollusks all have blue blood, with no exceptions on either side. Everything we see in nature consistently adheres to everything we would expect of a chain of inherited variations carried down through flowering lines of descent, just as it is in this case too. Starfish, sea urchins, acorn worms, and every single thing that ever had a spinal cord all developed the opening for the anus first. Isn't that odd? The common ancestry model obviously explains this fact, but to date, no would-be critic of evolution has ever been able to offer any alternative explanation for this or any of the other trends we see in taxonomy. The next definitely determinable division includes chordata, deuterostomes with a spinal cord. This group includes craniates, which are chordates with a brain enclosed inside a skull. A subset of this group also includes vertebrates, which have spinal vertebrae descending from the skull, and the next subset is gnathostomata, vertebrates that have all that plus a jawbone. Remember that we're only following one lineage and that each of the left or right turns we take causes to overlook the other branches that may become just as hugely diverse as the one we're on, sometimes much more so. But staying on this one course, the next fork in the road lies between gnathostomes, whose skeletons are either cartilaginous or calcified. The right turn here leads us to sarcopterygi, bony vertebrates which have both lungs and legs. One subset of that are the stegocephalians, limbed vertebrates with digits on the ends of their appendages. This clade includes a subclade called tetrapoda, which are the now gillless stegocephalians, which are skeletally adapted for 4 limbs. Included in that are the anthracosaurs, pentadactyl, postaquatic, terrestrial tetrapods. One of the anthracosaurian subsets reveals a seemingly small aberration, but one which is among the rarest and most profound because the difference is developmental. These are usually the most integral and therefore the hardest things to change, and normally wouldn't be expected to be significant unless the environment changed profoundly, as it would in the adaptation from sea to land. The development of the amnion made this transition possible, and it was evidently inherited by all the mammals, reptiles, and birds to come since. Here another division occurs, this time determined by the number of holes appearing in a particular place in the structure of the skull. On the one hand, we have synapsids with 1 temporal fenestra. On the other hand, we have what are traditionally known as reptiles, starting with anapsids that have no temporal fenestra, and diapsids which have 2. That line can be shown to divide between lepidosaurs on one side, which divide into plesiosaurs and other things, including lizards, which also divided into many different subgroups, including snakes. The archosaurs on the other side also divide into crocodilians, phytosaurs, pterosaurs, and dinosaurs, which themselves divide again and eventually include a subset we now know as birds.
We should expect the phyla, the classes, the orders, families, down to including the genera at least, each would appear fully formed with no transitional form.
Wait a minute. Strike that. Reverse it. Thank you.
All the taxonomic levels are readily evident, of course, with many more clades now than anyone ever expected to find. So many, in fact, that the original construct can no longer bear the weight of all the new data. But not all the organisms in these clades are yet fully in the forms we find familiar today, because there are so many obvious transitions at every level. One of the many examples of that is a synapsid subset known as therapsids, with increasingly mammal-like skeletal formations as well as vestigial stages evident in the continually advancing development of the brain. Within that set are cynodonts, therapsids with canine teeth. They're actually a parent clade of Theria, the mammals, themselves identified as endothermic, warm-blooded therapsids with lactal glands. Even the ones who eventually lost their canines still belong to this group because some members of the usually fangless mammals still have those teeth. That, and of course because when something is born without one or more features diagnostic of its parents, it must still be recognized as part of that family. All the mammals alive today belong to one of three major divisions, which are only a fraction of the mammal forms that used to exist. In some respects, the platypus is the only surviving karyotype illustrating what was the norm of mammalian diversity, but which is now found only in the fossil record. The most familiar race of modern mammals are eutherians, which have nipples like marsupials but are born in a placenta. This clade contains many subgroups at various levels, one of which includes clades for both bats and primates. Remember how we can objectively verify that every member of all these groups still belongs to every parent clade already listed, and we can do the same for every subdivision from this point on. For example, primates are collectively defined as any gillless organic RNA, DNA, protein-based, metabolic, metazoic, nucleic, diploid, bilaterally symmetrical, endothermic, digestive, triploblast, episcotont, deuterostome, collimate with a spinal cord and 12 cranial nerves connecting to a limbic system in an enlarged cerebral cortex with a reduced olfactory region inside a jawed skull with specialized teeth including canines and premolars, forward-oriented, fully enclosed optical orbits, and a single temporal fenestra attached to a vertebrate hind leg dominant tetrapoidal skeleton with a sacral pelvis, clavicle, and wrist and ankle bones, and having lungs, tear ducts, body-wide hair follicles, lactal memories, opposable thumbs, and keratinized dermis and chitinous nails on all 5 digits and all 4 extremities, in addition to an embryonic development and amniotic fluid leading to a placental birth and a highly social lifestyle.
And that's what's important. But you know, if anybody wants to believe that they are the descendants of a primate, they are certainly welcome to do it. I don't know how far they will march that back.
We don't believe this because we want to, and why would we want to? We believe it because we can prove it really is true and that it applies to everyone, whether you want to believe in it or not. We're not just saying you've descended from primates either. We're saying you are a primate. Humans have been classified as primates since the 1700s, when a Christian creationist scientist figured out what a primate was and prompted other scientists to figure out why that applied to us. It wouldn't be this way if different kinds of life had been magically created unrelated to anything else, not unless God wanted to trick us into believing everything had evolved, because the phylogenetic tree of life is plainly evident from the bottom up to any objective observer who dares to compare the anatomy of different sets of collective life forms. But it can be just as objectively doubly confirmed from the top down when re-examined genetically. This is why it is referred to as a twin-nested hierarchy. But there's still more than that, because the evident development of physiology and morphology can be confirmed biochemically as well as chronologically in geology and developmentally in embryology. Why should that be? And how do creationists explain why it is that every single thing fits into all these daughter sets within parent groups, each being derived according to apparently inherited traits? They don't even try to explain any of that or anything else. They won't, because they can't, because evolution is the only explanation that accounts for any of this, and it explains it all. You share more traits in common with your siblings than you do with your cousins due to the recent ancestors you share with them, your parents. Deeper down, you share more in common with those in your extended family than you do with neighbors and classmates, etc., people you don't recognize as part of your biological family. But you must realize that on some level you're still related. Deeper down, one could likely recognize subtle indications of cultural themes, which most people will still agree all descend from one common ancestral lineage, despite their current apparent diversity in unfamiliar ways. Deeper down, we've seen that new breeds of barnyard birds, domestic pets, livestock, corn, even bananas have to some degree been engineered by human intervention via artificial selection, and new subspecies have occurred in the wild via natural selection. In both cases, these stem from common ancestry, be that hundreds of breeds of dogs coming from one strain of wolves or dozens of commercial bovines being derived from the now extinct European aurochs. All these reveal that life is a fluid dynamic, producing new and subtle variation with every descendant. But evolution only occurs when new alleles are spread throughout a given community. This is where selection comes into play, because the parent gene pool actually does more to inhibit new aberrations than to promote them. A smaller gene pool is much easier to influence, so what you usually get are more significant changes emerging in smaller colonies that have been genetically isolated from the main population. Eventually, they may get to the point where the two groups are distinct, where a trait now held in common by every member of one group is not shared by any member of the other group. This is known as a subspecies, or breed. If the two groups resume interbreeding, then all that may meld together again as if it had never been, but if they're isolated long enough, they will continue to drift further apart, both physically and genetically, until it becomes difficult to interbreed at all anymore. Eventually, they'll only be able to sire infertile hybrids if they can still produce anything living. At the point when two sexually reproductive populations can no longer interbreed with viable offspring, then they have become two different species. This is the most significant level in the whole of phylogenetics, when the daughter strain is now unrestrained by the once dominant parent gene pool and is therefore free to express an even greater variance, thus continually widening the gap between them. This is a practical parallel of what creationists call the addition of new information. Speciation is the only taxonomic division which is genetically significant, and it's the only one which can be objectively determined, so it is the only possible point of division between the largely unnecessary distinctions of macro and microevolution.
The theory is perfectly valid at that level of minor changes that do not produce new kinds of organisms and that, above all, do not add to the genetic information. Breeders are able to produce change only within boundaries. Even those dogs are all members of a single biological species, which are chemically interfertile. We don't get dogs getting bigger and bigger indefinitely, as big as elephants or whales, much less changing into elephants or whales. And the claim that if selective breeding hasn't produced the kind of macro changes, the kinds of new forms of life, new complex organs that are needed, that's only because there hasn't been enough time.
Creationists insist that macroevolution has never been observed, and the excuse they use to deny that it has requires the addition of a bogus condition that simply does not apply. Creationists argue that evolution can only occur within definite limits, and then only to subtle variants within their kind. They say new diversity is limited to rare and inviable hybrids between those kinds, and they usually say that the emergence of new species is impossible. No Darwinist would ever say any of these things. Sorry, Stein, but you've lost your mind. In the evolutionary perspective, any single ancestral species can diverge into two or more daughter species, each becoming so distinct that eventually either of the new species would be unable to interbreed with the ancestral and/or sister species anymore. But by ignoring fossil forms, the creationist perspective has that completely backwards, insisting instead on an illusory sequence of separately conjured kinds, which, like information, must remain forever undefined, and they imagine that evolutionary diversity can only occur by mixing these kinds in hybridization. This is another reason they reject transitional fossils and instead demand some blend only between current kinds. Their perspective has no depth. Creationists may refuse to acknowledge geologic timescales and cannot admit that any new organism might be unable to interbreed with the stock from whence it came, because their sacred fables say they were created each after their own kind. But of course they can't say what a kind is either, because it's impossible to identify any point in taxonomy where everything that ever lived isn't evidently related to everything else. So they largely ignore phylogenetics altogether. Creationists have to deny macroevolution for the same reason they have to deny transitional species, not because these combined realities can only indicate an animal ancestry, but because either one alone proves that such is at least possible, and creationists are not permitted to admit even that. If it is possible to walk 20 feet, it's possible to walk 20 miles. So creationists insist there must be some definite boundary blocking the evolution of new kinds, but they won't say what or where that boundary is. Creationists habitually misdefine their terms, if they can be forced to use definitions at all, because they will not be accountable. They can't be, because they've decided in advance never to change their minds, even if they're proven wrong. If they were to find out that macroevolution was ever actually seen and proven to happen for certain, their cultish faith would still forbid them to admit it. Instead, they'd have to redefine their terms, to move the goalpost to some higher taxonomic level, but not so high as to have to admit where humans belong in the families of apes. But now we know there really is no level above species, because every other grade in taxonomy is more or less arbitrarily assigned as a construct of human convenience. The Linnaean ranks of family, genus, order, and phyla are all factually illustrated, but virtually meaningless otherwise, because every new taxonomic class that ever evolved began with speciation, the emergence of a distinctly new species, but one that was still just a modified version of whatever its parents were, and whose eventual descendants will always belong to whatever categories their ancestors did also, no matter how much they may change as time goes on. The only reason creationists cling to these micro and macro distinctions is so they can have some excuse to accept small-scale evolution, which they begrudgingly admit cannot be denied even with the greatest faith, while still denying large-scale evolution, where the exact parameter of how large must remain elusive to prevent it ever being disproved. Of course, that means large-scale evolution can mean whatever they want it to at that moment. Frank Sherwin from the Institute of Creation Research recently defined microevolution as the origin of every kind of animal, and later on in the same discussion he changed his definition to the origin of all life. He knows he's using the terms incorrectly. He simply doesn't care. But the fact is, he doesn't get to conveniently redefine what these terms have always meant to the scientists who invented those words in the first place. According to universities actually teaching this subject, microevolution is variation within species, and macroevolution is variation between species. The different breeds of dogs are an example of microevolution, while the different species of wolves and foxes, panthers and felines, horses and zebras, and llamas and camels are all examples of macroevolution. Each set is definitely biologically closely related, but they're each different species, not different kinds of the same one. Macroevolution is properly defined as the emergence of new taxa at or above the species level. The only time creationists will use the proper definition is when they are as yet unaware of the fact that speciation has already been directly observed and documented dozens of times, both in the lab and in naturally controlled conditions in the field. In fact, we've seen it so many times we've had to categorize recurrent types of macroevolution we've seen so often repeated. Once creationists find out about all this, their first reaction is to use the excuse that some newly evolved species of fruit fly or fish somehow still doesn't count because it's still a fly or it's still a fish. Well, of course it is. Evolution couldn't permit them to be anything else. Creationists demand that new species be so different from their parents that one can't even tell they're related. The irony there is that evolutionary theory never suggests that one kind of thing ever turned into another fundamentally different kind of anything, not unless you ignore all the intermediate stages, which of course creationists do. To comprehend evolutionary theory, one must first understand that it's only ever a matter of changing proportions, altering or enhancing existing features to build on what is already there. Developmental biology, genetics, and comparative morphology combine to confirm many of these taxonomic stages, such that organs do not seem to have appeared abruptly or fully formed as if out of nowhere, because there is always an implied evolutionary origin evident in every case. Even the transition of fish to tetrapods, dinosaurs to birds, or apes to men are each just a matter of incremental, superficial changes being slowly compiled atop successive tiers of fundamental similarities. These represent monophyletic clades, which will forever encompass all the descendants of that clade. This is why birds are still dinosaurs and humans are still apes, and both are still stegocephalian chordates. No matter how much you or your heirs may change, you obviously can't outgrow heredity. The very concept of common ancestry is a multi-tiered and intertwined complex phylogenetic system which shows why there can't be any distinctly separate kinds to begin with. At the same time, the act of speciation splits the population, presenting an eventually impassable boundary between them. We often see this demonstrated live in the form of ring species, where different evolutionary stages exist all at once in a geographic rather than chronological distribution. Subspecies A may breed with subspecies B, and B may breed with C, and C with D, but A and D cannot interbreed because by the time their territories overlap again, they've grown too distant genetically and can't come back. This is when we see the formation of new features, organs, or skeletal structures, each examples of new genetic information. What all these show is that even though a new species of perching bird, for example, is still a finch, it is now a different kind of finch, a distinct descendant species, proving there is no boundary against macroevolution. Paleontology in the early days was a difficult discipline. We had to devise a way to test and confirm the claims that were made because 19th century pioneers were often confused by their own preconceptions and often made simple mistakes that went undiscovered for decades. Unwary professors were sometimes made the victims of pranks, and not every respected scientist was entirely honest. For example, Sir Richard Owen was a celebrated biologist and the foremost authority on paleofauna in the world in his time. He was credited with the establishment of the British Museum of Natural History and of inventing the word dinosaur, but he did so by suppressing the work of other scientists and taking credit for their discoveries himself. Owen was not well liked. He had a reputation of never admitting his own mistakes, and he was often described as dishonest, malicious, and hateful. He was devoutly religious, but he was also a leading anatomist and zoologist, respected and unrivaled in each of these fields, and he was both Darwin's superior and fiercest adversary. Unlike Darwin, Owen believed religion should guide and even override scientific research. Throughout history, there have been many scientists who believed the universe was created in the same sense that Christian proponents of natural sciences still believe today. But those men who believed in God and made historic contributions to science still relied on necessarily natural methodology because that is the only way science can progress. In many cases, they found natural explanations for things previously believed to be miraculous, and they only succeeded when they did not allow religious convictions to subvert or inhibit their inquiry. None of them were able to vindicate the Bible stories, and their efforts to do so only ever indicated another origin. Thus these men wouldn't have supported creationism as we know it today, and many of them wouldn't have been creationists if they'd understood evolution. But Richard Owen was a creation scientist, both in the sense that he preferred magical manifestations to material mechanisms, and because he deliberately misrepresented evidence in an attempt to mislead others into believing as he did. For example, Darwin said that if his theory were true, then we should find a sort of proto-bird with unfused wing fingers, and 2 years later, we did. Confronted with this, Owen admitted that Archaeopteryx was a peculiar bird, but he dismissed it as just a bird and not exactly what Darwin had predicted. He couldn't honestly accept or admit a transitional species, so Owen largely ignored Archaeopteryx's saurian features and went on to argue how it couldn't have evolved from reptiles by distinguishing its anatomy from pterosaurs rather than from dinosaurs. Thomas Huxley exposed Owen's deceptive analysis when he published his own counter-examination. Owen also promised his religious fellows that he would succeed where Linnaeus had failed in finding some physical trait to distinguish humans from apes, whether it was really the case or not. First he presented similarities as differences, and then when he couldn't find any legitimate differences, he made up entirely fictitious ones. As if his authority would always remain unquestioned, he proclaimed amid other scientists in peer review that the hippocampus minor was a uniquely human lobe of the brain and absent among apes. Such an expert as he couldn't have made such an obvious mistake, and his curious inability to concede any error except by way of evasive maneuver finally allowed Huxley to indict him for perjury.
We have to admit that there is as little interval as animals between the gorilla and the man as there is between the gorilla and the baboon. No one who has ever dissected the brain of an ape agrees with Professor Owen. His findings are wrong.
Although Owen gave many lectures, wrote hundreds of scientific papers, and received honors, lands, and titles from the crown, he was also accused throughout his career of deliberate deceit, of lying for God and for malice, and even of writing anonymous letters to the press, praising himself in third person while raving disdain against his colleagues. Finally, Sir Richard Owen was dismissed from the Royal Society's Zoological Council amid myriad charges of plagiarism. Owen believed in common archetypes rather than a common ancestor, and his conduct presents an archetype of the modern creation sciences, except that they submit to peer review rarely, if ever, and none of them are experts in anything. They've never produced any research indicative of their position, they cannot substantiate any of their assertions, and they've never successfully refuted anyone else's hypotheses either. But every argument of evidence they've ever made in favor of creation has been refuted immediately and repeatedly. All they've ever been able to do was criticize real science, and even then the absolute best arguments they've ever come up with were all disproved in a court of law with mountains of research standing against their every allegation. Yet creationists still use those same ridiculous rationalizations because they will never accept when their beliefs are in error. Their only notable strength is how anyone can be so consistently proven to be absolutely wrong about absolutely everything 100% of the time for such a long time and still make believe theirs is the absolute truth. More amazing still is how often they will actually lie in defense of their alleged truth. Every publication promoting creation over any avenue of actual science contains misquotes, misdefinitions, and misrepresented misinformation, while their every appeal to reason is based entirely on erroneous assumptions and logical fallacies. There is a madness to their method, but it is not but propaganda.
We don't believe in evolution. Evolution is the idea some people have to explain life without God.
No. Evolution is science, and as such it is a way of explaining life without magic. There's a difference. Even at the kindergarten level, science is defined as a way of learning about the natural world, natural meaning in accordance with the laws of nature. Nature is further defined as the sum of all forces or phenomenon in the entirety of perceptible reality. Everything that really exists has properties, and anything that can be objectively indicated, measured, and tested is therefore natural. The supernatural is contrasted with this, being defined as that which is beyond the material universe, outside our reality, a transcendent, dreamlike dimension indistinguishable from the illusions of imagination, independent of and even defiant of physical laws, and thus neither detectable nor describable by science. The evocation of inexplicable paranormal forces or supernatural entities to influence natural events or phenomenon are usually described as miracles, but are also clearly magic by definition. Creationists contend that they don't believe in magic, but speaking anything into existence is an incantation, and the Bible is full of spells of one sort or another. Animating golems or conjuring interdependent systems and causing complex organisms to appear out of thin air are each logically implausible and physically impossible according to everything we know about anything at all, yet this is exactly what religiously motivated pseudoscientists actually promote. How do we test these ideas? How can we tell them apart from any of the thousands of fables men have concocted for the ghosts and gods of other religions? How do we tell whether any of this is even real and not something someone just made up? Because despite anyone's assertions of personal conviction, it is impossible to distinguish miracles from subjective impressions imagined out of nothing. In the realm of fantasy, it's easy to demonstrate psionic talents, astral entities, and magical manifestations. Until they do that in reality too, then science has nothing but nature to work with. Those who know the necessity of naturalism can list millions of practical advantages that continue to come from that. So science requires a way to weed fiction from function through independent verification and the process of elimination. Natural science works. Creation science doesn't. That's why faith healers don't work in hospitals. The National Academy of Sciences defines it as a systematic enterprise of gathering knowledge about the world and organizing and condensing that knowledge into testable laws and theories, a definition further endorsed by the Academic Press Dictionary of Science and Technology. Fraudulent faith healers and evangelical charlatans often say that creationism is scientific, but there's utterly no verifiably accurate evidence behind any of their assertions, and no way to construct any hypothesis to explain any of their claims because no experiments could possibly support them, and faith prohibits believers from ever admitting when their notions would be falsified. Creationists are therefore unable to add to the sum of knowledge and instead only offer excuses trying to actually reduce what we already know. They've no way to recognize their own flaws and won't correct them, so they can neither confirm nor improve their accuracy. But that's all real science is or does. Consequently, since the dawn of rational thought, the advancement of science has been retarded by the minions of mysticism, and profound revelations have often been opposed or suppressed by the greater part of the dominant religion, because dogmatic faith is not based on reason, and zealots will not be reasoned with.
So this is a war of the world views, and all science is creation science. Would we agree with that this evening? All science is creation science. All truth is God's truth. And certainly science is the search for truth.
Science is a search for truth, whatever the truth may turn out to be, even if it's evidently not what we wanted to believe it was. In science, it doesn't matter what you believe. All that matters is why you believe it. This is why real science disallows faith, promising instead to remain objective, to follow wherever the evidence leads, and either correct or reject any and all errors along the way, even if it challenges whatever we think we know now. But creationist organizations post written declarations of their unwavering obligation to uphold and defend their preconceived notions, declaring in advance their refusal to ever let their minds be changed by any amount of evidence that is ever revealed. Anti-science evangelists display their statement of faith proudly on their own forums, as if admitting to a closed and dishonest mind wasn't something to be ashamed of or beg forgiveness for. They don't want to do science, they want to undo science. They try to segregate experimental science from historical science, ignoring the fact that both are based on empirical observations and both can be checked with testable hypotheses. Worse, they want to redefine science in general so that astrology, subjective convictions of faith, and excuses of magic can supplant the scientific method whenever necessary in defense of their beliefs. They're only open to critical inquiry so long as it is not permitted to challenge the sacred scriptures nor vindicate any of the fields of study to which they're already opposed. In short, everything science stands for or hopes to achieve is threatened by the political agenda of these superstitious subversives. You can believe whatever you like. As long as you admit that it is a belief, you don't have to defend it. But if you assert your belief as a statement of fact, then you do have to defend it. Stating anything is definitely true when there is insufficient evidence to back it is dishonest. Making such positive proclamations without any evidence at all is a matter of faith. And promising in advance to forever defend an unsupportable a priori preference even against an avalanche of evidence against it is apologetics, which is all creation science really is. Ernst Haeckel was a pioneer zoologist and taxonomist whose numerous contributions to biology go largely unnoticed compared to a couple rather odd errors. First, he proposed that ontogeny recapitulates phylogeny, suggesting that embryonic development reflects the organism's evolutionary ancestry. To illustrate this, he produced about 100 drawings of embryos at various stages, but he later admitted that about a half dozen of them were falsified due to a lack of visual references. The fact that any of his drawings were admittedly without references disgraced Haeckel's name in the annals of science. Darwin wrote that embryology contained compelling evidence of evolution. Creationists dismissed this on the assumption that Darwin's theory was inspired by Haeckel's fraudulent drawings and that consequently evolution is a fraud. But of course the truth is the other way around. Darwin referred to real embryos. Haeckel's drawings didn't even exist until years after Darwin's final publication. What is especially sad about Haeckel's embellishments was that they were unnecessary. Creationists adamantly complained that textbooks referred to his admittedly inaccurate drawings for so long, but for some reason they continue to accuse those authors of fraud, even when the books replace those drawings with microphotographs, which still indicate the same evolutionary parallels which Haeckel envisioned. Now, his original assumption that embryonic development would indicate adult species in an organism's ancestral history was proven false by 1910. But the fact Darwin recognized, that embryology does provide testable confirmations and predictions of phylogeny, was already evident before Haeckel ever picked up a pencil, and has recently began a new embryological study known as Evo-Devo. Among other discoveries, this field revealed the evolutionary origin of the feather as implied by transitional stages in the fossil record and summarized in the formation of feathers in developing chickens. It is no hoax that mammalian embryos temporarily have pharyngeal pouches, which are morphologically indistinguishable from the gill slits in modern fish embryos, and that the divergence of development from there matches what is indicated in the fossil record. This is fact, not fraud, and none of these facts should be true unless evolution were true also. 100 years ago, the only human fossils yet known were a few Neanderthals, Cro-Magnon, and Homo erectus. Then an English attorney and amateur archaeologist presented bones and associated artifacts of what appeared to be an as yet unidentified species. British imperialists were generally accepting of the news, but French and American scientists were skeptical, doubting that the skull and jaw even belonged together. The British Museum touted the Piltdown man as authentic, but the American Museum of Natural History displayed it only as a mixture of ape and man fossils, which is what it eventually turned out to be. There was no way to adequately examine such things back in 1915. Chemical tests, common today, didn't yet exist, and we didn't yet have a practical understanding of radiation, and before the first Australopiths were discovered, we didn't know exactly what to expect of the links that were then still missing between humans and the other apes known at that time. But as we began filling in the gaps in human evolution with thousands of legitimate fossils, a pattern emerged which left Piltdown an increasingly obvious anomaly. Consequently, it was taken off display and stored away almost continuously for decades. It lost importance in most discussions because, in light of everything else we discovered over the next few decades, it just never fit, and was eventually dismissed from the list of potential human ancestors for that reason. As the years wore on, criticism arose against everyone who ever promoted the Piltdown collection because there seemed to be so much wrong with it. Finally, in the 1950s, it was taken back out of the box and scrutinized via more modern means. First, fluorine dating revealed that it was much too recent, and it was shown to have been chemically treated to give a false impression of its age and mineral composition. Then it was finally determined that the jaw must have come from an orangutan, and that it had been deliberately reshaped with modern tools in a well-crafted and deliberate forgery. No one knows who did it either, and more importantly, why. Errors were already known and previously reported, but few ever suspected fraud because what would be the motive? Nearly everyone who stood accused was a man of high reputation and credentials. Maybe that was the motive. Maybe Piltdown Man was just a joke that had gone too far, but no one was laughing, and they weren't going to let it happen again. Even before the Piltdown hoax was officially exposed, an American paleontologist earned himself a lifetime of embarrassment when he found a tooth from an extinct species of pig in Nebraska and mislabeled it Hesperopithecus. The cheek teeth of pigs and peccaries are fairly similar to ape molars, and this one was badly worn such that Henry Fairfield Osborn initially believed it to be human. But the real embarrassment came when he publicized his find in a popular magazine rather than submitting it to peer review first. Creationists like to say that scientists were as duped by Nebraska Man as they were by Piltdown Man, but they weren't. Everyone who saw the fossil agreed that it did look like an ape's tooth, but with only a couple tentative exceptions, the entire contemporary scientific community either immediately rejected the accuracy of Osborn's assertions, or they demanded more substantial evidence to back them. He obviously couldn't provide that evidence despite another 5 years of searching. Eventually, he came to the sad realization that his fossil probably wasn't really human after all. His more skeptical associate, W.K. Gregory, then published a formal retraction in scientific journals. Creationists often accuse scientists of contriving the illustration of Nebraska Man and of conjuring a whole skeleton and facial construct out of a single tooth that was never even human in the first place. But the fact is, the magazine commissioned their own artist's impression, and scientists of the day, including Osborn himself, immediately reacted with harsh criticism. As a result, the article was never reprinted. Now, even though Piltdown Man was eventually exposed by evolution itself, and even though Nebraska Man was simple stupidity honestly and voluntarily admitted, and even though there were no other such examples in the history of paleoanthropology, creationists still portray both of these events and many others as if they were all part of some ridiculous unified international conspiracy intended to fool the world into believing evolution over creation ex nihilo. These paranoid propagandists also commonly contend, based only on these exceptions, that each of the thousands of fossils we found and confirmed before and since were all proven to be fakes too, even when the alleged authorities making these claims are already exposed charlatans currently imprisoned for fraud. Some 40 examples of Peking man were lost in World War II, but they were just part of a subset of Homo erectus and not the only evidence of human evolution. Modern man didn't just come from a monkey, but as a member of the infraorder Catarrhini, he is a monkey by definition. Cro-Magnon wasn't a different species, they were just the first of our own species known in Europe, displacing the sons of Heidelberg man. Homo heidelbergensis was quite human because he was human, just not the same species we are. And it was never known from a single jawbone either, but from more than 4,000 bones representing nearly 30 individuals found in one side alone, and there are still dozens more. Their evident descendants, the Neanderthals, weren't just an old man with arthritis either. We found hundreds of Neanderthal men, women, and children, and even their DNA, which has provided proof that they were not part of our species. None of the experts believe that Lucy was a chimpanzee. All of the experts agree that Australopiths lie between humans and modern apes, or that they are simply basal human forms. Nebraska man was never accepted by the scientific community. Piltdown man was the only such fraud that ever duped scientists, and there's never been a fossil of New Guinea man because he is apparently a lie made up out of nothing by the author of this entirely fraudulent religious tract.
Homo habilis was made up of at least two, if not more, different groups that do not belong together. It was an assemblage of several different types of animals put together and made into one.
That's not entirely accurate.
Actually, we found the remains of dozens of Homo habilis individuals and about a half-dozen Homo rudolfensis, too. These were once thought to be distinct hominine species, but they're so similar that many paleoanthropologists now consider them to be two variations of one species.
Homo erectus, or Java man, isn't a half-man, half-ape either. The man who discovered it admitted before he died that it was a fraud. He confessed that he had found an ape skull about 50 feet away from a human leg and two human skulls, and had mixed and matched to create a fictitious creature.
You're a rotten liar.
The two modern skulls weren't 50 feet away. They were found in a cave over 60 miles away. Despite the many lies repeated by Duane Gish and other creationists, Java man was just one out of hundreds of Homo erectus individuals documented thus far. Also, Homo floresiensis wasn't microcephalic. There were a whole community of them. Similarly, Lucy wasn't assembled from bones found miles apart. Those were different individuals who each bore their own independent evidence of strict bipedality. And the total number of hominin fossils will no longer fit on a pool table either. Now you'll need a whole pool. Even though there's now been innumerable examples of natural selection acting under direct observation and a multitude of experiments gauging these, creationists are still trying to deny the first of these observances, the peppered moths of industrialized England. Creationists say that was a fraud too because the photos had to be staged, not for the normal convenience of photography, but because these creationists claim that peppered moths don't rest on tree bark. But a 30-year study by Cambridge University revealed that, in fact, most of them do.
You lied to me!
To some people in this world, money is more important than truth. And if they have to lie to you to keep their paycheck coming in, they will lie to you.
And so I am.
If you do the research, you'll find that a Chinese farmer glued together the head of a bird and parts of a reptile and completely fooled the worldwide scientific community, including National Geographic, with what they thought was a transitional form. It was called Archaeoraptor.
You're always wrong.
Only a handful of scientists ever saw Archaeoraptor, but everyone who did noted that it was a composite piece, and the artistic amateurs who paid for the fossil were repeatedly warned that some parts of it might not even belong to the whole. Popular press foolishly scooped the story prior to peer review, where it was instantly exposed as a fake by multiple experts, and each submission to scientific journals was immediately rejected. Archaeoraptor therefore fooled no one in the scientific community at all. The irony there is that the tail of the alleged Archaeoraptor turned out to belong to the as yet undiscovered Microraptor, a four-winged and apparently gliding feathered dinosaur which turned out to be even more compelling proof of avian evolution from dinosaurs than Archaeopteryx was in Darwin's day. The scientific process of peer review seeks out and exposes fraud by design, but anti-evolutionist arguments are withheld from peer review because they are driven entirely by frauds, including misstatements, out-of-context quote mining, and contrived or distorted falsehoods and terms erroneously redefined into instigative reactionary nonsense unintelligible as anything other than propaganda. In short, if creationists knew how to expose a fraud, they wouldn't be creationists anymore. In May of 2007, former child actor Kirk Cameron and fellow advocate of idiocy Ray Comfort promised to scientifically prove the existence of God on national television.
100% absolutely without the use of faith.
Of course, that didn't happen. Religious beliefs, as everyone knows, are assumed on faith in lieu of proof and regardless of evidence. Cameron and Comfort had neither. Instead, they presented a series of fallacious absurdities revealing the depth of their own impressive ineptitude. First, they tried to parody cosmology and abiogenesis, as if criticizing them should somehow challenge evolution, as if disproving evolution could imply creation by default, as if God would only be indicated by a failure of science to explain what religion also does not explain, as if science did not adequately explain every aspect of biodiversity very well and hadn't already disproved all the Genesis fables which Cameron and Comfort were still trying to save. Failing that, they immediately resorted to their usual staple of mined quotations, appealing to authority with irrelevant comments made by folks who often meant the very opposite of what these two implied. Then they revealed a profound incompetence in the subject of logic.
We'll be simply producing knowledge by looking at three irrefutable evidences for God's existence. Creation is 100% scientific proof there was a creator. You cannot have a creation without a creator. Which brings me to my second evidence of God's existence, something that God has put within each of us, the conscience. You're a self-admitted, lying, thieving, blasphemous adulterer at heart. So hopefully your conscience has been stirred by the commandments to show you need God's forgiveness, which brings me to the third evidence. This is the radical nature of conversion.
When all that inevitably failed to impress anyone either, they tried to intimidate the audience with a sermon of emotional pleas entirely reliant on fear and ignorance. But this assembly wasn't stocked only with paranoid and superstitious zealots. This was a more intellectually curious group, many of whom already believed in God, but whether they did or not, everyone in attendance was sincerely disappointed with Cameron's and Comfort's inability to produce anything they promised.
I think everybody here can tell that there was not one piece of evidence presented at all for their God.
Comfort insulted fellow believers by assuming that if there is a God, then his religion and absurdly narrow interpretation of it was the only acceptable option, a notion his cohort unwittingly described as idolatry. Cameron insulted the rest of the audience by pretending to have once thought as rationalists do, a lie he himself also accidentally exposed when he then accused rationalism of being a belief based on faith. Finally, Comfort implicitly admitted that his God could only be indicated if one was already determined to believe in it regardless of evidence, and the only claim they had to it depended on religious references which they had earlier promised they would neither need nor use. If they knew this going in, then their whole premise was phony because they also knew they didn't have any evidence, much less proof, and would have to rely entirely on assertions of faith and their reverence of Scripture.
The invisible things of Him from the creation of the world are clearly seen, being understood by the things that are made.
I find it incredulous, if not astounding, that when discussing the concept of all things, knowing all things, and having all things at your fingertips, you turn to the Bible, a book riddled with things we know are wrong.
Amazingly, subsequent interviews showed the duo apparently oblivious to any of their string of utter failures in that forum. They went into this venue as if they actually believed they had something to present, and may even have come out thinking they showed it. But much of the alleged evidence they declared to be irrefutable had already been refuted thousands of times.
You've got adaptation within a species, but you've never seen any animal produce anything other than
because that's not how evolution works.
You say,
that's not how evolution works.
Over time it'll turn into something else, but you've never seen it happen. No one's ever seen it happen. And that is called macroevolution. No one's ever seen it demonstrated. Science has never found a genuine transitional form that is one kind of animal crossing over into another kind, either living or in the fossil record. The problem was I never really took the time to look into the evidence myself, do the research, and actually see if the claims that they were making were true.
The rest were merely unsubstantiated assertions, flatly stating as fact unsupported assumptions, which can neither be evidenced nor confirmed, presenting their baseless speculation as though it were certain knowledge.
God is going to punish murderers. He's good. He's just. He's going to make sure murderers get what's coming to them. But realize this, God is so good, He's also going to punish rapists, adulterers, pedophiles, fornicators, blasphemers, hypocrites, and even thieves and liars.
Obviously, Cameron and Comfort hadn't any idea what they were talking about at any point, neither in fact nor fiction. They certainly didn't know what the words science, knowledge, proof, or evidence even mean. Creationists typically don't.
We're all looking at the exact same facts, we're just coming to different conclusions.
No, we're not. First of all, facts are objectively verifiable and thus indisputable data. But dogmatic religious beliefs depend instead on subjective impressions of personal preference, erroneous assumptions, and assertions of logical fallacies.
Everything is just so incredibly complex, there had to be a creator.
Everything that has information and is complex has to have been created.
That's not true at all.
Second, we could rationalize a few of the facts differently, but mere facts don't qualify as evidence until or unless they collectively indicate or can be accounted for by only one scenario over any other available option. By definition, the same evidence cannot imply two mutually exclusive opposing positions. Besides, we're obviously not both looking at ERVs, atavisms, transitional forms, physiological, anatomical, and molecular vestiges, ontogeny and developmental biology, protein functional redundancy, convergent phenotypes, mobile genes, observed speciation, or the myriad methods of dating geologic stratigraphy, nor any twin-nested hierarchy of phylogenetic clades. All of these are peer-reviewed and verified accurate evidence positively promoting evolution as well as directly disproving creationism. But you know what we've never seen? We've never seen anything created. No one has ever seen a complex life form or anything else magically pop out of thin air, but that's what creationists are arguing for. Talismans, incantations, elemental component spells, enchantments, clairvoyance, and prophecies all consistently fail every test. To confirm this, James the Amazing Randi, a former Las Vegas illusionist well-versed in the angles used in supernatural pseudoscience, has for 10 years offered a $1 million prize for anyone who can show testable evidence of the things we should expect would also be true if there were ethereal entities influencing things with molecular structures. In that time, he has exposed a few frauds, but to date, no one has ever produced any actual evidence for faith healing, telepaths, psionics, precognitive psychic friends with astral bodies, past life remembrance, or spectral manifestations of any kind. So where is there any field of study or accurate fact positively promoting a magical creation?
We're considering this matter of life origins, and there's an incredible body, a pyramid of evidence in support of divine orchestration, divine engineering, divine creation.
Great. Where is it? What is it? Because each of the arguments presented for irreducible complexity, the best arguments creationism ever had, were disproved scientifically and exposed in court. And apart from a series of frauds and falsehoods like these, the only arguments anti-science evangelists have ever had seem to be limited to nothing more than ignorant criticisms of dwindling and already irrelevant gaps in the ever-enveloping advancement of science. But vague criticisms against science still wouldn't count as evidence for creationism, even if those arguments weren't all completely wrong. Even if there was evidence of gods, it might not be their God. Even if it was, it still wouldn't be evidence for creation either, because it still wouldn't dismiss any of the evidence for evolution and against mythology. Nor could it change the fact that humans are still apes. Creation relies on a false dichotomy, rejecting all other options and insisting that there can only be two alternatives, so they can imagine that criticizing the one will vindicate the other by default.
Okay, question for Dr. Hovind. What is your strongest piece of evidence for creation?
I think the evidence for creation would be the absolute impossibility of the contrary.
Convicted fraud and pseudoscience charlatan Mr. Kent Hovind argues that what has already been directly observed and shown to be certainly true is, in his opinion, impossible, and the only option he thinks is possible is that an imperceptible mystical jinn conjured everything out of nothing with an incantation. Gods and magic are the most simplistic excuses ignorant primitives have ever imagined to explain anything. Therefore, a more logical argument could be made that reality is much too complex to have been deliberately designed by anything, much less an anthropomorphic deity. If there's nothing to imply that a God even exists, then there's no reason to assume it has unlimited powers either, and there's no hint of any means it could have used if there were such things. The irony is that what Hovind proposes is physically impossible because it defies all natural laws, and it's logically implausible since it has neither precedent nor parallel anywhere in reality to imply that it could still be true anyway. Where is there evidence anywhere that anything supernatural actually exists, or that anything even could have any of these abilities? The evidence of evolution, and even the event of evolution itself, the proof of it, are both directly observed and testable and demonstrably factual. But religious beliefs are none of the above and never have been. They're assumed on faith. Whether or not these beliefs turn out to be correct, they are asserted as true without justification in the form of evidence. Defenders of pseudoscience scornfully reject scientific methodology and gleefully ignore evidence on purpose, and their leaders even admit this openly and publicly, because they actually preach not only that we should make positive proclamations of complete conviction even without the slightest indication, but also that we should automatically reject without consideration everything we ever find that doesn't fit into their preconceived bias.
We need to be looking at the world through our biblical glasses.
We have a revelation from one who says, I know everything, I've always been there, here's what happened in the past. So when we take that revelation, put on our set of glasses, and we look at the evidence, we can say, now I understand. Fossils couldn't have formed before sin. There was no death before sin. There was a global flood. That connects to geology. God made distinct kinds of animals and plants. That connects to biology and so on.
This is how to prove that creationism really is willfully ignorant and deliberately dishonest, because here is another admission that they don't care what the truth really is. They just want to believe what they want to believe, and if that doesn't turn out to be true, then they don't want to know what is true, and sometimes they'll even admit that too.
I'll be the first to admit that creationists view evidence from a biased perspective. Evolutionists, would you be willing to admit that you also view evidence from a biased perspective?
Religion is a bias by definition. That's why it relies on propaganda. But science dispels propaganda because it eliminates bias by design. It has to because it's an investigation, not a predetermined conclusion like religion is. So every proposition must be requisitely evidential and potentially falsifiable and must be subjected to a perpetual battery of independent and unrestricted tests wherein anyone and everyone who thinks they can is welcome to try and find and expose some flaw in it to correct it. Creationists won't subject their beliefs to any of that because they're not interested in finding out what is really true. They want to defend their preferred beliefs, whether they're true or not.
Look, the bottom line is, the creationist answer is God just did it that way.
That's good enough for me, man.
That's good. We don't need science to back us up.
No, you know what I think...
And that's the thing about the biblical view. It doesn't have to be explained by science.
I've chosen to believe the God of the Bible. Now, the evolutionist has chosen not to believe the God of the Bible. So we've chosen to believe. They're both matters of faith.
Science is necessarily rational and empirical. That means that whatever we believe isn't a matter of choice. It's an obligate condition imposed upon us by our knowledge of the evidence, and that position will only change in accordance with our understanding.
Well, think about it. Very little evidence. Blind faith, that's all we have to go on. There's not a shred of proof anywhere, nothing.
If there's no evidence for a particular notion, then there's no reason to believe it either. It may as well have been imagined out of nothing because it has no basis in fact. We can only proclaim a positive belief if we have sufficient evidence to support only that and no evidence at all against it. Even then, we can only accept it tentatively, because if future evidence ever confirms that we were wrong all along, then we'll be forced to change our minds accordingly, even if we didn't want to. Defense of faith doesn't work that way. It relies instead on apologetics, the branch of theology concerned with the mandatory promotion and reinforcement of faith in a particular religious doctrine, and the obligate defense of that belief by systematically rationalizing or denying any or all arguments that may ever be laid against it. Let me explain how it works. It's really quite easy. God did it explains everything by explaining nothing. Since magic is exempt from all the rules of nature or logic, they think that means that anything that seems impossible somehow proves them right. Conversely, anything and everything that might imply otherwise can be immediately dismissed as a knee-jerk reaction with the phrase, "That doesn't prove anything." Virtually all anti-science apologetics are composed of variants of these two thoughtless comments, in addition to the usual propaganda of inflammatory emotional pleas, tall tales, petty bigotry, incredulity, and appeals to authority. No matter how scientific, how commonly believed, or how apparently workable or logical it may seem, no evidence of any sort can be considered if it contradicts their sacred stories, which they insist must take priority in the event of any apparent conflict. Their position is wholly dishonest, and it's everything science isn't, because it's an a priori position which must never be seriously questioned, corrected, or rejected. They have to defend their preconceived notions because they're forbidden, on pain of a fate worse than death, to even consider that they could be wrong, and they must maintain that belief no matter how wrong they obviously are. Even when they know they're wrong, they still have to make believe anyway. Their position is the definition of a closed mind. It is not a search for truth.
For the remainder of this program, we're going to put you right here, where I'm sitting, in the juror's box. But this time you're going to hear the facts about evolution versus creation. Not some media spin, not wishful thinking, not the biased view of a scientific minority. The truth is, you've been misled, scammed, lied to.
There's no rational need for apologetics, and science rejects it. We don't hold evolution sacred. We defend it only because it is evidently true. Superstitious politics have made evolution an icon necessary in the defense of the scientific method, which is the real target of religious fundamentalism. But their underhanded attempts to undermine science is also eroding their parent theology more so than atheism ever could, because if you have to lie to defend your truth, then it was never really truth to begin with. And creationism obviously is not like the truth and does not like the truth. That's also why they don't like free speech. Where science invites critical inquiry and peer review, apologetics depends on one-sided assertions based on nothing and defended only by censorship. For example, if you Google questionevolution.com, either on the web or in the Talk.Origins newsgroup, you'll see that, to their credit, their webmaster once agreed to host a link to an off-site collection of rebuttals from the evolutionary perspective. However, despite this, several months later, his homepage still said these questions remain unanswered by the evolutionist. So we pressed him about correcting that error, and he said he would when he had the time. But that was several years ago, and his site still tells the same lie. All he did was quietly remove the links to all our answers so he could pretend they didn't exist, rather than correct his false accusations. For another example, someone still stupid enough to promote Kirk Cameron actually bought a domain named after me, with all the tags applicable to me, in an obvious attempt to redirect search engines looking for me. Of course, there's no way to post comments to that site, nor to contact them to correct it. So they use that page to post idiotic falsehoods deliberately misrepresenting my position. It's so crazy that on some level they have to know how wrong that all is. But they don't care about accuracy, and we've already heard them declare they don't care about evidence either. They've assumed their conclusions without it and admit they'll never change their minds because of it, but sometimes they'll contradict themselves and pretend otherwise if they think they have a few facts on their side.
We have footprints of humans with dinosaurs in Dakota. We have dinoglyphs from Lake in the Woods in Ontario all the way down to Peru.
Dinoglyphs being
drawings
native
of
drawings,
dinosaurs.
right, just like there are native drawings of all kinds of fantastic creatures.
Yeah, but these aren't fantastic. They're consistent, and it's not because I don't know something. It's because I know something. I'm a creationist.
What this creationist doesn't know is that he has just cited known forgeries as evidence. Many of the famed Ica stones have been recently created and artificially aged as part of a hoax financed by a Peruvian dentist seeking to defraud gullible tourists. Some of the hucksters involved have even confessed to their part in this crime. Even other creationists reject this, including cryptozoologists, the ones who most want to believe in the persistent existence of extinct paleofauna. Even they say they can prove that these artifacts aren't really ancient depictions of dinosaurs. AnswersInGenesis.org, a leader in the apologetics resistance against science, admits this too. Fundamentalists have never exposed a single evolutionary fraud or scientific conspiracy since their mindless movement began, but they perpetuated many of each. Some sites supporting science have long lists of creationist criminal cons and thoroughly disputed fabrications, along with citations of peer-reviewed research proving why every single allegation of evangelical evidence ever examined is either unsubstantiated or entirely erroneous, if not deliberately deceitful. Religious fundamentalists seldom correct any of the many flaws in their data, and increasingly desperate wanna-believers keep repeating the same old wives' tales and urban legends long after they know they're not true. That's all they ever had, and before the age of information, they could still get away with that. But some of these frauds and rumors are now so blatantly bogus that even apologetics propaganda mills are compelled to admit it, because refuting the various fallacies, fibs, and fakery of creationist claims has become a sort of internet sport. It's like shooting fish in a barrel, because every single thing the funnies have ever presented in their defense, if it could be tested at all, has always turned out to be either misunderstood and grossly distorted or intentionally misrepresented. The simultaneously saddest and most laughable irony of this whole stupid controversy is that these zealots claim they're opposed to evolution as an issue of morality. Yet, while we can cite dozens of examples where politically influential creationists clearly know they're lying about science, there is no such instance wherein evolutionary scientists can be shown to be dishonest in their criticisms of creationism. There's no need to be. Despite all the attempted deception, the baseless assertions, and political division produced by the creationism movement, the truth is there has never been a single verifiably accurate argument of evidence indicative of miraculous creation over biological evolution or any other avenue of actual science. Not one. Period. Neither has there ever been any credible proponents of creation science anywhere ever, because with one crackpot exception, everyone who has ever published anti-evolutionary rhetoric to any medium did so only according to a prior religious agenda rather than any amount of scientific comprehension. They've all revealed inexcusable ignorance in the very fields where they claim expertise, and their arguments are all dependent on erroneous assumptions, prejudicial bias, logical fallacies, ridiculous parody, misdefined terms, misquoted authorities, distorted data, fraudulent figures, or out-and-out lies. Thus, there are only two types of arguments for creationism: those which are untestable, indistinguishable from the delusions of imagination, and can neither be indicated nor vindicated, verified or disproved, and those which have already been disproved many times over, both scientifically and in a court of law.
In this episode of Scientific Truth Journal, we'll explore the theory of evolution, and we'll implicitly mock the people who hold opposing viewpoints.
Ugh, evolution. What a crock. Can we change it, please?
Evolution is a scientific fact, unless you're ignorant.
If it's a fact, why is it called a theory?
There are scientific reasons. It's all very complicated.
People are dumb, panicky, dangerous animals, and you know it. 1,500 years ago, everybody knew the Earth was the center of the universe. 500 years ago, everybody knew the Earth was flat. And 15 minutes ago, you knew that people were alone on this planet. Imagine what you'll know tomorrow.
The mission of religion is to make followers believe. Subjective assumptions unsupported by evidence will almost certainly be wrong at the onset regardless of the source, and without any means of regulation will only get wronger over time. Sacred dogma once written is forbidden to be changed, so it can't be rectified either. But science must be amenable to change because its objective is to add to the sum of knowledge and to improve understanding continually. So whatever explanations we ever propose are not to be believed, but to be tested and corrected, even rejected if necessary, and our explanations must be refined accordingly. For example, once upon a time, all the religions of the Near East believed that the Earth was a flat disk divided into 4 quadrants and enveloped by a giant crystal dome, which was their sky. The earliest actual scientists described the Earth as a sphere and even calculated its size with surprising accuracy. But 100 years later, the authors of Scripture still wrote of a disc-shaped world. As the centuries wore on, some dogmatic believers refused the wisdom of scholars who knew better, and even suppressed or destroyed their knowledge and held to a belief in a flat Earth even until Columbus provided the final disproof.
President Bush recently suggested that public schools should teach intelligent design alongside the theory of evolution because, after all, evolution is, quote, just a theory. Then the president renewed his vow to drive the terrorists straight over the edge of the Earth.
Modern creationists oppose evolution and sometimes cosmology the same way flat earthers reject the theory of geosphericity, the same way geocentrists deny the theory of heliocentricity. Rather than swearing in advance to uphold and defend our preconceived notions against all reason, we would do better to suspect and inspect every belief to see if flaws can be found out and our knowledge consequently increased.
There are many hypotheses in science which are wrong. That's perfectly all right. It's the aperture to finding out what's right. Science is a self-correcting process. To be accepted, new ideas must survive the most rigorous standards of evidence and scrutiny.
Aristotle once proposed that everything was made of earth, air, water, and fire, here represented by the perfect solids once associated with them, and a fifth element considered to be the substance of life. Based on these long-held yet obviously delusive beliefs, George Stahl and other 17th century scientists composed two theories: the theory of vitalism, which held that life was animated by an infusion with an elemental spirit, and the theory of phlogiston. For decades, European scientists imagined that a nigh undetectable sort of fiery air called phlogiston was present in everything flammable. A series of experiments ensued, and these men began to rationalize how phlogiston could still somehow account for all the inconsistent data. Finally, more accurate measurements and more critical thinking eventually challenged the status quo and brought chemical theory out of the realms of alchemy. Neither of Stahl's theories are valid theories anymore. Phlogiston theory was disproved in 1777. His theory of vitalism was disproved 50 years later. But after 150 years, Darwin's theory is still going stronger than ever.
Evolution is still a theory. It's still a theory. We just had 200 years of evolutionary theory, and it's still a theory.
I heard someone ask one day, well, you haven't disproved the theory of evolution, speaking about Christians. And my reply was, there's nothing to disprove. The theory of evolution has never been proved.
You don't have to prove something before it can be disproved. Nor should we both prove and disprove the same thing. Science doesn't permit anything to be proven positively. Instead, every hypothesis must be potentially falsifiable in order to count as science. That means that there has to be a way to identify errors, to find out what's wrong with it, and fix it. It's still possible to falsify evolution, too, though it's now so well supported it'll take more than an unsubstantiated anomaly to do it. So your inability to distinguish dinosaurs from barnyard animals will be insufficient to disprove evolution.
It's a pig!
Evolution has not met the test and deserves only to be treated as theory.
Darwin considered it a theory, and it is still a theory. It has never been proven and never will be. Thank you.
As any internet philologist will readily explain, words may have different meanings at different times or contexts. Creationists exploit the academic meaning of theory as though it were only blind speculation like their own position is. But a scientific theory isn't a guess or conjecture. Look it up. In most instances, a theory is a field of academic study. For instance, the high school I went to taught a class called music theory. Being an insufferable jerk then as now, I remember bursting in one day and yelling at the class,
"You shouldn't teach music in school. It's just a theory. It's never been proven."
If music theory is a field of study, and as such can never be proved, then neither can the theories of evolution or even economics, and for the same reason. The notion is silly. Even if a theory passes every test forever, we still wouldn't say it was proved, because positive proof exists only in matters of mathematics or law, wherein evolution actually has been proven. Otherwise, no theory has ever been proved, nor can be. They can only be disproved, and when that happens, a theory that doesn't work must be replaced by one that does. We can't discard any theory just because we haven't perfected every part of it yet. You can't trade something that works for nothing that doesn't. If the original theory works at all, you'll still have to use it and perhaps fix it, but we can't dismiss it until we can replace it with something better, and Darwin's theory is actually better supported than Newton's theory of gravity. Let's look at the facts. Remember that a fact is merely data, a demonstrably accurate observation which is indisputable because it can be objectively verified by either side arguing about it. So, let's demonstrate the fact of gravity. We see that things tend to fall down. What's that mean? Well, nothing yet. A fact on its own is meaningless. We need to understand it more specifically. When seen on an astronomical scale, we can determine a universal rule, that matter attracts matter. This is the law of gravity, a law being a general statement of nature which is always true under a specific set of circumstances. Now, why does matter attract matter? That's the theory. Now let's look at the fact of evolution. Since the dawn of livestock cultivation and agriculture, we've seen that species diverge, with new races branching out of older family trees, each with its own distinct traits and features, which are in turn inherited by new variants diverging thereafter. This is a readily evident fact in any lineage one cares to examine, and is implied at every level in taxonomy. Now, creationists try to say that this doesn't count because it's only microevolution, But that isn't true because we've actually witnessed the emergence of new species too. But even if it were true, this would still count because it is still evolution according to the laws of population genetics and descent with inherent modification, which is all evolution really is. Opponents say that evolution isn't allelic variance in reproductive populations over successive generations because that doesn't mean spontaneous generation of something coming from nothing or dirt coming to life and fish turning into giraffes or some other ridiculous thing no scientist could ever endorse. But none of those things are evolution. They're all strawman fallacies created to obfuscate what evolution really is by those who refuse to admit that it really happens, so they call it something else instead.
Darwin observed many things in nature. He was a good naturalist, a good observer of information. What he saw was various plants and animals altering somewhat through adaptation, through variation. He saw them change. We never see one basic type of something changing into something else. That has never been observed in science or in genetics. It just has never been observed. What we see is variety. Variety happens, adaptation happens, evolution doesn't happen.
Evolution does happen, and this twit just admitted it. But he also lied about what it is. Evolution never permits one thing to turn into another fundamentally different type of anything. That would violate the laws of evolution. All of this is vindicated with independent, peer-reviewed empirical research. Everything evolutionary science actually demands are things we actually do see throughout biology. Consequently, evolution is a unifying theory explaining virtually everything we can prove to be true of biodiversity. Such is not the case with gravity, because not only has the theory of gravity never been proven, it's demonstrably wrong. One reason is that it incorrectly predicts how Mercury orbits the Sun. Albert Einstein's theory of relativity replaced Newtonian mechanics and has even been proven to be more accurate. But it also assumes things about particles that we know are false. Otherwise, quantum mechanics wouldn't work.
Frankly, Darwinism is not an established scientific fact. It is a theory of evolution. That's why it's called the theory of evolution.
Would you also say that gravity is not an established scientific fact just because it's called the theory of gravity? You see, Huckleberry, that's why you didn't get the job. And frankly, Darwinism doesn't exist. At best, it's a relic of the 19th century and is limited only to Darwin's own postulation, natural selection of mutations, which were not yet understood. Darwin hypothesized that units of information were passed down from both parents, but he couldn't imagine what those units were. Gregor Mendel discovered the proof of Darwin's prediction and tried to alert him to it in a manuscript, but it was written in German. It was discovered in Darwin's desk after he died. With that discovery, Darwinism was replaced by the modern synthesis of Darwinian selection with Mendelian genetics and the subsequent discovery of an additional mechanism, genetic drift. Evolution is not Darwinism anymore and never really was. Some now associate it with cell theory. Would you also say that cells aren't an established scientific fact because they're called theory too?
Real men of genius.
Real men of genius.
Today we salute you.
So your evolution is has got holes all in it. It's just a theory. You have no way of proving evolution never existed. And if we came from apes, why are there still apes?
Why are you still an ape? We can't prove a theory only because that's against the rules imposed by the game of science. But we can prove that evolution exists and that it works, just like we can prove that gravity works, even though it too is just a theory and has never been proved. Atomic theory has never been proven either, not even in Hiroshima. But just as evolution is the foundation of modern biology, modern chemistry is completely dependent on atomic theory, and there are huge holes in that theory. Just look at our classic model of atomic structure. It's wrong, and we know it's wrong, but we still teach it in school anyway, because despite their virtual invisibility and being understood only in theory, atoms are still a matter of undeniable fact. So we have to use that model in a series of imperfect models because we're still trying to figure out one that works in all instances. We're also trying to devise a single theory to blend quantum theory with the theory of relativity and act as a unifying theory of everything. The closest we've come so far is string theory, which really isn't an actual theory yet because it hasn't been vindicated by substantial empirical evidence and it hasn't borne itself through the battery of critical examinations which every hypothesis must endure before it can graduate to the highest level of confidence science can attain.
I have not come across any book
which says fact of evolution. All the books say theory of evolution. There's no book I've come across saying fact of evolution.
A theory is made of facts. It's an analysis of how reality works, but every theory has holes in it, and no theory is complete. That's why science must remain objective. For example, expanding planet theory addresses some compelling points which plate tectonics doesn't adequately account for, but it also calls for assumptions that can't be justified. It's refuted by definite observations that are only supportive of plate tectonics, and it can't explain everything that tectonics does. But remember also that the man who first proposed the theory of plate tectonics was ridiculed for it till the day he died, though his theory has since gained universal acceptance. Other theories never had any competition at all. For example, Louis Pasteur, who disproved the hypothesis of spontaneous generation, also rejected the notion long promoted by religious leaders that ailments of the body were of supernatural origin. Science can only examine natural explanations, and Pasteur provided that with his proposition that diseases weren't caused by demons, but by germs. Like evolution, germ theory can never be proven, even though we know and can show that it is definitely correct beyond any doubt, and that's why there's no competing theory.
Today, the teachers in a rural Pennsylvania town became the first in the country required to tell students that evolution is not the only theory.
In looking at the biology book the teachers wanted, I noticed that it was laced with Darwinism. It wasn't on every page of the book, but like every couple chapters, there was Darwin in your face again. And it was to the exclusion of any other theory.
There is no other theory. Creationists only ever had a few hypotheses, and all of them were utterly refuted, although they'll never accept that. They're still trying to revive arguments that have been already proven wrong at least a century ago. Evolution with natural selection is the only explanation of biodiversity with either evidentiary support or scientific validity. There has only ever been one alternative theory against it, and it was an earlier version of evolution. Centuries before much of the Old Testament was even written, the Greek scientist Anaximander had already proposed that modern forms of life, including humans, had evolved from simpler forms. Similar ideas were echoed and argued by other figures of the age. The mutability of breeding populations had long been a well-known fact, but not at all understood. The first attempted explanation was proposed by Jean-Baptiste Lamarck, who suggested that giraffes, stretching their necks to reach higher food, would somehow bestow longer necks onto their offspring. His theory of evolution by acquired characteristics proved a failed hypothesis almost immediately, but it offered a sort of personal control over racial advancement which appealed to those ambitious in politics. Joseph Stalin and Mao Zedong, for example, both embraced Lamarckism and publicly denounced Darwinism, as Hitler did also. Yet creationists label all three of them Darwinists and can't distinguish Lamarck's failure from Darwin's success.
And when it comes to the subject of origins, there are basically two views: the evolution theory and the creation theory.
No branch of creationism has ever met even one of the criteria required of a theory. They can't, because science demands both accuracy and accountability. So there has to be a way to detect and correct any errors in a given explanation and determine for certain whether it's wrong in whole or in part, or whether any of it is true to any degree at all.
Ah, so it's a test you're looking for. We don't do tests.
Sure you don't. They never do tests. Not many real Ds, either. Oh, conversation with your grandmother's shade in a darkened room, the odd love potion or two, but comes a doubter. Why, then it's the wrong day. The planets are not in line. The entrails are not favorable. We don't do tests.
A theory has to be tested indefinitely. It demands understanding instead of belief, so it must be based on verifiable evidence. It must explain related observations with a measurable degree of accuracy. It must withstand continuous critical analysis and peer review, and it must be falsifiable too. If it doesn't fulfill all these conditions at once, then it isn't science. If it meets none of them, it may be religion.
Intelligent design is the theory that there is some master plan, some creator of some type that put together the world as it is.
Intelligent design isn't a theory at all. It's a scam, a scheme conceived solely to undermine legitimate science. It doesn't even count as an hypothesis because it isn't based on evidence, offers no mechanism, it isn't falsifiable either. It is backed by nothing and produces nothing because it is nothing but untestable conjecture. None of it has been shown to be right, and lots of it have been proven wrong, so it's useless in any field because only accurate information can have practical application.
I've worked in the private sector. They expect results.
That's why we have billion-dollar industries in medicine, toxicology, agriculture, and biotechnology, where we have Nobel Prize-winning research that is all dependent on the functionality of evolution and would only work if evolution were factually correct.
Dr.
B.
We believe that the purpose of science is to serve mankind. You, however, seem to regard science as something of dodge or hustle. Your theories are the worst kind of popular tripe, your methods are sloppy, and your conclusions are highly questionable. You are a poor scientist, Doctor.
Just to illustrate how underhanded creationism's tabloid scientists are, let's look at the big picture.
Up until the 1920s, everyone thought the universe was essentially static and unchanging in time. Then it was discovered that the universe was expanding. Distant galaxies were moving away from us. This meant they must have been closer together in the past. If we extrapolate back, we find they must have all been on top of each other about 15 billion years ago. This was the Big Bang, the beginning of the universe.
Now, very early stages of the universe are as yet unknown because our current theories are insufficient to explain it. So we can't yet be certain what the singularity is, where or what it came from, or if it was eternal. How do creationists explain the evident expansion and its reverse implication? How do they account for the cosmic background radiation we discovered later on? They don't. Creationists delight in saying that scientists have proven the universe had a beginning, and they use that argument against the Big Bang, but the discovery of the Big Bang is our proof the universe had a beginning. That's one example of how bewilderingly inane creationism is.
We must require that evolution agree with all the facts if it is to be promoted from theory to truth. Evolution as an explanation for the origin of man cannot pass this test.
Nothing would ever be promoted to truth, because truth implies there's nothing more to learn. That's why science, being objective, demands that everything be considered theory, no matter how proven it seems to be. Evolution has survived every test the greatest minds of the modern age have ever been able to pit against it. It's been demonstrated myriad ways with lab and field experiments, and is further enhanced by compounded revelations in paleontology and systematics, as well as developments in embryology and advances in genomic research and bioengineering. Evolution is now one of the strongest theories in science. There is no fact it doesn't agree with, and it's never failed any tests. But sadly, those controlling education in the southern United States don't want students to know that. So what can you expect?
I don't believe, personally, that the evolution itself is anything more than a theory.
You keep using the word. I don't think it means what you think it means.
Well, you see, evolution is a theory, not a scientific fact as it's generally considered to be.
It is a fact that evolution happens, that biodiversity and complexity does increase, that both occur naturally only by evolutionary means. It is a fact that alleles vary with increasing distinction in reproductive populations, and that these are accelerated in genetically isolated groups. It is a fact that natural selection, sexual selection, and genetic drift have all been proven to have predictable effect in guiding this variance. It is a fact that significant beneficial mutations do occur and are inherited by descendant groups, and that multiple independent sets of biological markers exist to trace these lineages backwards through many generations. It is a fact that birds are a subset of dinosaurs the same way humans are a subset of apes, primates, eutherian mammals, and vertebrate deuterostome animals. It is a fact that the collective genome of all animals has been traced back to its most basal form, and that these forms are also indicated by comparative morphology, physiology, and embryological development. It is a fact that everything on Earth has definite relatives either living nearby or evident in the fossil record. It is a fact that the fossil record holds hundreds of definitely transitional species even according to its strictest definition, and that both microevolution and macroevolution have been directly observed. Evolution is a fact.
We're ready.
Hello, puppies and kittens. We have once again, it was somebody that contacted me, said he wanted to talk to me, said he was a fan of mine for a while, and if I remember the story correctly, he said I led him to an atheist position, but now he's gone Catholic. And so I'm always keen to hear how that happens. So you're listed here as Canadian Catholic.
Yes.
Give me some idea of where you were before you tell me where you are.
Okay, so here is the story. Basically, up until the age of around 17, and bear in mind I'm around 20. I'm 20 now. So up to around age 17, I was a non-denominational, young Earth creationist Christian. I was raised like that, right? And this is around the time where I started debating stuff. I started exploring newer ideas. And specifically, at this point, I explored the idea of evolution, right? This was specifically what led me to your videos, and to see them fleshed out so interestingly, specifically not attacking the other position, but simply exposing the foundational falsehoods in them, kind of stuck with me. So it took a while, of course. It was a journey. It wasn't like one-off. But ultimately, I became I started doubting. First, it was accepting evolution because the evidence for it was so overwhelming. And one thing that has stuck with me ever since was your insinuation, basically, that, you know, if you are a young Earth creationist and you correct the mistakes, you won't be a young Earth creationist. It depends on you continuing to make the same mistakes after corrected. So, I mean, again, as a Catholic, I'm still a theistic evolutionist, and in a huge part, that's thanks to you. Obviously, there were other people like Peter Hadfield, Phil Mason, people like that, but a large part thanks to you. But yeah, I also became an atheist. It wasn't simply limited to me accepting science. I became what I call an inner circle atheist. I was active. I participated in communities. And I never thought I would be religious again, let alone a member of such a highly organized, hierarchical institution like the Roman Catholic Church, right? And I just never believed I would be believing the Bible again because it was so obvious. I had so many arguments against theism, against miracles, against stuff like that. How could I ever believe something like that? But ultimately, with thorough research and, really dialogue in the same way, I started on a journey where I drifted away from atheism to some sort of agnosticism, to, undefined theism, to some generic form of Christianity, and to ultimately accepting and embracing Roman Catholicism and the Bible as infallible again. So this is like a brief version of it. Excuse me, Mr. Rai, you're muted, so I cannot hear you right now.
Thank you. How did you get past the that nothing in the Bible can be verified true, and most of the important bits are known to be false?
Yes. So the thing about the Bible, to embracing the Bible, was actually exploring what true means. I understood that God used, basically, this is how I understand it now, various genre to give us the divine truth. So I accept that some genre are parabolical, some are narratives, some are Greco-Roman biography, Psalms, but all of them are aimed to providing theological truth. So does true equal everything is to be historically accurate? No, I don't.
If it's misleading, then we can't call it truth, can we?
Well, it depends what you mean by misleading, because
let's look at it this way. We have, at minimum, a third of this country believes Adam and Eve were real people. That there was a tree of life and a tree of they don't know about the tree of life. Apparently, they don't read the book very deeply, but they believe in the tree of knowledge of good and evil, and they believe that it was something you could cut down and build a canoe out of if you wanted to. So yeah, they believe that it's very literal. It has misled an awful lot of people. And the Bible has not just misled. Well, let's look at it this way. You've got the Catholics, and we'll get into the divisions there in a little bit. But we've got the Catholics, and then we've got like all the Protestants who say that the Catholics aren't even Christians. So that's how misled everybody is there. And so so there's no way in which the Bible has not been misleading. There is, in fact, no way, no there's no indication that the Bible ever led anybody the correct way. There's certainly no way of verifying that that the Bible led anybody the correct way, although everybody says theirs is the one and only true interpretation, which leads to the problem.
Okay, but Mr. Rudd, this is actually as someone who you personally, and we've talked before, we've had email correspondence and stuff, and as someone who runs you debate with creationists often, right? And my point is that you know how to look at something from, as in a bigger picture. Right? For a creationist, you understand how they look at a human and they look at a chimpanzee and say, how are we the same family? Even though from a phylogenetic point of view, there is very little difference, right? And that's the same thing when you tell me there is huge differences between me and a Protestant. Like me and a Baptist, we agree on so many things.
That's not what I was saying.
Sorry, maybe I missed it.
Okay, so the Protestants declare rather commonly that Catholics are all Mary-worshipping pagans and that you are not true Christians. So are they misled?
Well, those who say that are misled, but they still...
Okay, now let's look at the Muslims now. So we have like just over 1 billion people who say that the Bible is corrupted, that Jesus never died, and is in fact still alive, and gets out of his house every day to go heal people, and that when people come to Jesus, when they can find Jesus and recognize him for who he is, they want him to profess his wisdom to them, and he has to tell them to go find Muhammad, for Muhammad is the true prophet. So Jesus is now a prophet of Islam. Are they misled?
Yes, I do think that in that aspect they're misled, yeah.
Okay, so we can just whittle. The Hindus, of course, they're outside of this sphere because they had a book that came before the Bible, so they're not misled by the Bible. But they already have. Why would they already have a book so many centuries before there was a Bible?
Yeah. So this is specifically what I actually discuss. If you look at all cultures throughout humanity, all of them seem to have a innate predisposition to religiosity. All of them are familiar with this idea of communication with the divine. I have no problem accepting that humans have this tendency to anthropomorphize, right? And obviously, if you look at Hinduism and if you look at Buddhism, there is some sort of sense, right? There's a creator God, in like at least to some degree. I think there is quite a lot of variation in those religions, but there is some core that's true. But from my perspective, and again, I'm saying this is my perspective, that there is a tendency of humans to anthropomorphize things. So I have no problem accepting that. That's one. And secondly, I also want to say that, yes, I agree that there is a lot of people that have different answers. And sure, this is confusing, but can you name any important field anywhere where this is not the case? Just go and check out the number of...
Yes, I can.
Sorry.
When it is easy to move from one faith to another faith, and people do it all the time, and they like pick and choose. I mean, my favorite story of that was when Lindsay Lohan was going to marry her girlfriend, and her girlfriend was Jewish, and Lindsay Lohan was Catholic. So Lohan said that next month she was going to convert to Judaism. And interestingly, she's not going to convert today. She's going to convert next month. So today, she's going to maintain the belief in a triune God and the Christian concept. But next month, she's decided today that next month she will begin to believe that what she currently believes now is heresy. So it's just religion is like putting on is whatever sports jersey you want. It's like a cultural appropriation of some kind. It doesn't have anything to do with what people think is actually true. Certainly not what they can verify to be true. Now, when you walk away from faith itself, now when you have beliefs on faith, all these beliefs will have the reason they have all these different answers is because they're all throwing darts blindfolded, and wherever the dart lands, they're going to draw a target around it and say that's the one and true truth. And so you discharge off in 1,000 different directions, which is why we have 30,000 different denominations of Christianity, and Christianity is just one of thousands of different religions because nobody's got the idea. Everybody's going the wrong way. But when you walk away from faith, then everything turns around the other way and starts to unify in the one direction. When you start looking at evidence and what that means and start looking for the truth instead of believing on faith, then everything unifies in one direction.
Well, here's our disagreement, and this is, I know you've discussed this for a fact because I've watched so many of your videos and debates that I already know that I knew that this would come up, but I have to say it. The way I define faith, and I'll give an example, is slightly different. You, for example, today, presumably at night, will go to brush your teeth, and without consulting a chemist, you will have, dare I say, faith that your toothpaste does not contain sodium cyanide, right?
Okay, so you understand that there's a difference, a vast difference between the word faith and the word trust. Now, trust or faith can be a subset of trust, but there's a prefix and a suffix required. Faith is a complete trust that is not based on evidence. So I don't believe anything that is not based on evidence. I do not have faith. And if you tell me that my definition is wrong, then simply that definition is that faith-based beliefs are based on the assumption of authority, or maybe it's cultural, maybe it's just ingrained or indoctrinated, but it is not based on indicative evidence compelling you to that conclusion. So that's not the case. Now, everybody wants to argue that, but nobody can present what that compelling evidence is. Since nobody can do that, then we have to default back. If you don't have the scientific evidence to back the position, then your position is not based on scientific evidence, and I'm right.
No, see, this is the paradoxical thing. You're no doubt familiar with some of the best Christian debaters, at least the ones I would consider best, the ones that have influenced me, like Dr. William Lane Craig.
How does that? I don't understand. How can you listen to somebody like that and believe him?
No. I was making a different point, Mr. Ra. Okay. I've never heard these Christian scholars who debate day in and day out define the faith the way you define it.
No, well, let's look at Bill Craig for a moment then. Let's look at how he misrepresents faith deliberately, deceptively. When he says that when people reject God, that we don't do it, we never do it, out of a basis of scientific evidence. Mm-hmm. We do it because we love sin. Or how was it that he phrased that in his book, his paradoxical oxymoron of a title, Reasonable Faith? He gives that kind of a description that nobody ever dismisses the concept of God based on scientific reason. It's always because we have some love of faith.
I do agree with Dr. William Lane Craig, who I consider a very good very erudite person in presenting what I believe. Basically, the issue is, as I've said, for me, faith is this: you have good basis, and if you have good basis in something,
then you have trust, not faith.
Okay, but that's how I
understand. You want to use a different definition than the real one. I get it. And every believer seems to be this way. They don't want to admit that they don't have scientific evidence to back that position. But you don't. And so that's what you have to face up. If you're going to use the word faith instead of trust, you got to realize there's no scientific evidence to back it up. You got no evidence. You have faith. Faith is when you don't have evidence. And if you have evidence, you don't need faith.
As I said, the issue is right now, how do you define evidence, right?
Evidence is a body of objectively verifiable facts which are positively indicative of or exclusively concordant with one available position or hypothesis over any other.
Yes. So right now, as I brought an example, you could bring a chemist over your home who would give you evidence scientific that your toothpaste does not contain sodium.
Why? You don't think that probabilities, you don't think that the knowledge, that the fact that regulatory committees, the Food and Drug Administration, and that these don't give reasonable probabilities to believe this, and thus that is evidence?
That's what I'm saying. The way I see faith is that you have a...
So you see faith as trust and simply don't want ever to admit that faith is really a belief that is not based on scientific evidence, that is something you believe on authority, perhaps, or something you believe for emotional reasons or for cultural reasons, but it's not for scientific reasons.
I disagree with that. As I said...
Okay, then give me the scientific reasons for your belief.
Well, that is the way you define evidence in this case, from my perspective, is limited because you...
If we're talking about science, then we're going to have to talk about empirical evidence, right?
Okay, but your definition of scientific evidence would seem to exclude historical evidence, would seem to exclude mathematical evidence. You are...
What sort of... Let's toy with that for a minute. Let's just pretend that for whatever reason, that when asked to give scientific evidence, just remember you balked and said, no, you want mathematical evidence.
And you want historical evidence.
No, that's not what I said. What I said is that no.
Do you have scientific evidence, or will you admit now that you don't?
Okay,
and it's not my definition, right? So if you have scientific evidence, you have something that would match my definition or the National Academy of Science definition of evidence. If you don't have that, just admit you don't have that. If you don't want to admit that, then present what qualifies as that.
Okay, so here's the thing. For some of that, like, here's what I'm trying to. So what I'm trying to say is that my belief in Christianity, right, is not based on a single or it's
not based on a multiplicity either.
Yes.
If you don't have any scientific evidence, just admit you don't have any scientific evidence. If you can't produce one example, admit you can't produce one example.
I can produce scientific evidence for some things.
All right, you got scientific evidence of Christianity, specifically Catholicism.
The question for me is anti-intellectual.
Was that a yes or is that a no?
The question is not valid.
Okay, so given a yes or no question, you said you have scientific evidence. I asked, do you have scientific evidence of your God? That is a yes or no question. Is it perfectly valid yes or no question?
In the way you define it, no.
Okay. Is there any scientific organization that defines scientific evidence in a way that you could produce evidence?
Well, no, but...
Okay, so will you admit that you do not have scientific evidence for your belief?
Sure. Okay, fine.
Okay,
but
so we get back to my definition being the correct one. Faith is a belief that is not based on scientific evidence. Now, we can move on. If you would like to present your mathematical evidence or your historical evidence, I'd be happy to entertain either of those.
Yeah, so I try to explain that my belief is based on not one single piece, but a preponderance of different categories of evidence that add up to...
But none of them, okay, you understand that evidence is a body of facts, right? That means it's objectively verifiable data.
Yeah.
Right? So you're saying you have a body of objectively verifiable scientific facts.
Yes.
Okay, so why did you say no before? Now you're saying yes, you have scientific evidence. What is the scientific evidence you have that indicates a God?
Yes, this is what I'm saying. Scientific evidence is part of the preponderance.
You have a preponderance of evidence would be considered proof in this case, in this context, because like if you go to a court of law, they say that, to prove a position is with a preponderance of evidence beyond reasonable doubt. That's what we would call proof. Evidence is a fact, right, that indicates. So it's an objectively verifiable bit of data that specifically indicates one position over any other, that is not concordant with other positions, or it indicates this one or eliminates the others. So what scientific fact indicates a God?
We would have to start defining God, and this is how I would define God as...
Well, the problem with that is you've already said that you're Catholic. Yes. So there is no defense. I mean, there's no definition of God that you could give. It's all going to be dependent on a book of fables that we know is wrong about everything that it says. We know that there was never an Adam and Eve. It's misled everybody to think that there was Adam and Eve. We know that there was never a Tower of Babel, so the book lied about that. We know that
I disagree with some of the details, but what I'm trying to say is...
Some of the details, these are the most important stories. The Exodus never happened.
So from a Catholic perspective, calling the Bible a book of fables is, of course, completely unacceptable, as Pope Leo XIII.
But isn't it all fables? What story in the Bible is not a fable?
Okay, so
you have magic spells and talking animals. You have witches and wizards and dragons. What's not a fable in that book?
Yes,
Adam himself was a golem.
Even Pope Pius XII himself clarified that it is totally unacceptable from a...
Yeah, I know. Believers get really mad at having the fact that it is a fable pointed out to them. But that's what it is. The Tower of Babel, definite fable. The Noah's Ark is a fable. Those are all fables. And I don't care what the Pope of that time says.
In this point, you're even contradicting yourself, Mr. Rob, because you have before stated about the Noah's Ark story that it is based on... Yeah, sorry. It is based on an actual event that we have theological evidence for from modern-day territory of Iraq. What it would be a narrative, which is different from a fable, which is different from a myth, right? I have no problem saying that, yes, there are narratives in the Bible to illustrate great theological truths. And that is something we haven't denied. I simply don't agree that you can't, like from a Catholic perspective, of course, I'm not trying to police your language, but even Pope Pius XII said that it's still not something that
Does it fit the definition of a fable or not? I mean, if we have a definition of what a fable is, we can show that your pope is wrong. And how many times have how many popes been wrong? We have the current pope, for example, who keeps saying that atheists can get into heaven, and then the bishops keep having to say that, you know, his infallible eminence misspoke.
Yeah, well, the Bible is not a fable, right? It is.
The Bible is a collection of fables. It's a haphazard compilation of adapted folklore, which includes legends and in the later bits, it has some other, you know, like letters and such. But when we're talking about in the Old Testament, most of that is fables. Noah's Ark, fable. Adam and Eve, fable. And Tower of Babel, definitely fable.
I don't accept that they're fables.
Okay, look up the definition of what a fable is.
They're narratives, and fable is a category created in modern times.
Which includes things like magic spells and talking animals, right? So like Balaam and the serpent in the garden. So yeah, it's a fable.
They are colorful descriptions of actual events in a narrative style.
Well, no, a fable is not about actual events. You know, the kid with the wax wings flying up to the sun, you know, I forget his name now, but you know, that didn't really happen. They're not, you know, the musicians of Bremen, these stories did not have to actually be based on real facts.
Yeah.
Now you're thinking about legend. Legend is an adaptation that could be based on some kernel of truth.
Mm-hmm.
So I will grant that you have legends in there too.
Yeah, well, I think, of course, I'm not trying to be personal or anything. I have huge, but I think that you're using slightly provocative language about the Bible to, you know, but I do not personally agree that we can dismiss the Bible as a fable. It is a collection of writings. It contains narratives, parables, historical facts.
None of which are true, and many of which are definitely false. Like, you know, where what was it? Not just was it? I think it's Genesis 32, where you have the striped sticks, and if a cow mates, or if cattle mate while looking at striped sticks, they'll bear striped calves, right? But there's just nothing but absurdity in the entire book. I mean, absolutely nothing in the Bible can be shown to be true, but a hell of a lot of it can be shown to be false. Definitely false.
Well, from your perspective, I understand why you would say absurdity, and I used to think like that too, right? I mean,
I'm sorry that something happened and you don't anymore, but let's see if we can get you back to that. In order for a God to exist, since all gods are essentially made out of magic, then the first thing that you have to believe that there's a supernatural.
Yes.
When you were an atheist before, did you believe there was a supernatural?
No, I was actually very determined to explain how supernatural itself was a logical fallacy.
Okay, so what convinced you that magic is real? And by magic, again, provocative language, I know, the supernatural. You know, whether it's blessings or curses, you know, either one is. These are just positive and negative versions of magical enchantments. So anything that is supernatural is therefore magical or miraculous. They're the same thing.
Okay, so first I define supernatural the following way. Supernatural is an event or an occurrence whose ultimate origin lies outside of the universe as we experience it.
What does outside of the universe mean?
No.
So you realize that eliminates every miracle in the Bible.
No. Outside of the universe as we experience it.
Okay, and where do the miracles happen?
In a dimension that is not.
So they don't happen where we are. So none of the miracles in the Bible happened because all of those would have occurred on Earth.
No. They interacted with us. Their origin was outside of how we experience it.
Okay, so if a thing does not exist in reality, is that what you're saying? It exists outside of reality, therefore it does not exist in reality?
It exists in reality, not in the reality as we experience it.
So as that is insanity, what convinced you that that was real?
Because I learned the depths of the cosmological argument, which actually does.
Yeah. You're talking about William Lane Craig here, whose every argument, whose best argument still relies on logical fallacies. And that's his best work. So how could he have convinced you of fuck all?
He's not the only person, right? William Lane Craig.
I realize there's a lot of delusional people. I've talked to a bunch of them. How does any of them convince you that magic is real and that stuff exists outside the universe that's working in the universe. How does any of this make sense to you?
Even from your perspective, here's the problem, Mr. Ray. Even from your perspective, your very presupposition excludes the possibility of supernatural. You start with the presupposition that
the possibility. There isn't a possibility to exclude. In order to say that something is possible, in order to say whether something is possible, there has to be a precedent or a parallel or a verified phenomenon indicating that such possibility exists. You can't just say that anything is possible, because we know there's lots of things that are not possible. There are things, so you can't say that it's the truth until you can show the truth of it. You can't say if it's a fact if it's not objectively verifiable. Knowledge too is demonstrable. So if you just because you believe something very strongly doesn't matter. It doesn't mean you know it. So telling me you know for a fact things that you really only believe on speculation is another falsehood. So claiming facts that aren't facts and pretending to know things you don't know is the kind of language that believers use, but it's not the language that I use. So since no one ever can even show the possibility exists, and we cannot honestly say that a possibility exists.
Can I tell? Here's the mistake that I see personally. Let's take one miracle, like the resurrection of Jesus, right? The very problem here is that the way you define evidence is constrained to events that originate in the world as we experience it.
And as I said many times, anytime some supernatural being reaches into the prime material plane to effect some physical change, he's going to pull his arm out dripping with physics. They're going to leave some kind of evidence. If the supernatural were real, you would have people like Obi-Wan and Spock and Hermione and Gandalf who would be able to demonstrate that this sort of thing happens. Even if science couldn't explain it, we'd have to admit that there's a there, that there's a something to discuss. But what we have instead are always, only, ever frauds, falsehoods, and fallacies, and nothing else. That's it.
But you only accept a very limited form of demonstration. You don't accept.
I ask for the truth. That's what I want. I want to know that there's some truth to it. That's what everybody should ask for. You should. In my philosophy, I don't want to be fooled into believing things that are not evidently true. Believers obviously have a different position. They will believe even if they know it's not true, which is disappointing, for me in humanity that people are that way. I'm not the one being obtuse here. I just want you to show me the truth. Show me what would convince me, and nobody ever can do that, and you can't either. And it's not because I'm being pigheaded.
Yeah, let's take a look at a bigger picture, and I'll show you where I think the mistake is made. Right. Humans have existed for 250,000 years until or around that time, right? Recorded history is around, let's say, 10,000 years, right? And until the end of the 19th century, the best way we could record any events was by having historical records. Your way of demonstrating supernatural pretty much eliminates the possibility of recording such events for the—
Why? If there was a supernatural, we would be able to demonstrate it today. Faith healers could actually heal people. You would have faith healers working in hospitals. There would be demonstrable success. You would have people doing their exorcisms and so forth, right? Catholics believe in exorcisms. I know quite a lot of people do. There's absolutely no truth to that whatsoever. We know that that's impossible, improbable, and logically fallacious in most cases, and it's at least fraud in every example that I know of. But things like that would be able to be demonstrated, and it would have some variable. It would have some way to verify it. The best we've got is a handful of anecdotal stories that are coming out of near-death experiences that can't be corroborated and can't even be interlinked to each other. So they contradict each other, which is a huge problem. I experienced the same thing when I was a neo-pagan occultist, and I'm exploring people that do the transcendental meditation thing and astral projection. Why does everybody give a completely discordant account? It's because none of them are actually true. That's why.
Mm-hmm. So you accept that if the supernatural, let's say Jesus' resurrection, that would definitely be a very rare event. Jesus' resurrection happened. Let's say it happened. What else would you expect it would produce? It changed world history. It has been recorded, right? That is the best way at the time.
I would have expected at least those things would have happened, and not that it didn't happen, but the people say that it did, which is what you just did. So there's no reference. There's no reference whatsoever to Jesus in the first century, not from anybody. And you're telling me that he changed history when obviously did not. He didn't even make an impact on history. There's absolutely no historic record that Jesus ever existed. And if there was a supernatural, it wouldn't be limited to that one thing, would it? Because everybody's supposed to pray, which is another huge contradiction against logic, that people are supposed to pray and God will do things. God already knows what you're going to ask for and why you're going to ask, and he already knows whether he's going to answer you, so why pray?
Well, we pray for our benefit, of course. That's the important.
Why? How is there a benefit?
Because you train basically you desire to have a communication with the divine, and I'm sure that
the divine doesn't answer you and can't tell you anything you don't already know, then it's not communication.
Well, I'm connecting with the divine.
No, you're not. You're connecting with a magic imaginary friend. That's literally what you're doing. It is just an imaginary friend. Your connection to Jesus is no different than the Hindu's connection to Krishna. It's exactly the same thing. Or, some Chinese people that have a connection with their dead ancestors, or people who've experienced telepathic messages from extraterrestrials or Xenu or whoever. It's all imaginary friends for grown-ups.
I disagree that Jesus did not exist. Obviously, I think historically Jesus definitely.
Well, I'm sure there were a handful of them. The Jesus story is a compilation of at least 4 or 5 fictional characters on top of it's like a minimum of 2 real ones.
Not at all. Paul specifically spoke to.
Not at all. Prometheus didn't exist before Jesus. I mean, the story of Prometheus being crucified to atone for the sins of man, for having given man forbidden knowledge, that specific story didn't exist before Jesus. Dionysus turning water into wine before Jesus. Krishna giving birth to or giving sight to the blind before Jesus. Yes, virtually everything that we attribute to Jesus has already been done by some other god earlier than that.
Scholarship. What we have here, you're familiar with the minimal facts hypothesis, of course, about Jesus' resurrection. You would know about it. Paul spoke with Jesus' brother.
Mm-hmm.
Paul spoke.
Which one?
St. James.
Right. Which Jesus? Because there's 2 mentioned in there. There are 2 Jameses, brother of the anointed, and one of them was Jesus of Damnius. Depending on their source, you're talking about Josephus. Josephus was talking about the James brother, the brother of Jesus, who was not the Jesus supposed to be Christ guy. That was a different.
That is Dr. Richard Carrier's thesis.
No, it's not.
No, it's not been accepted in.
No, it's not. It's not Richard Carrier's thesis. That's what the scholars know about what Josephus said. Which Jesus was he talking about with that line? That's not. Richard Carrier had nothing to do with that.
Yes, well,
and it's not relevant to the point either, because the fables that you're talking about are among the last things we have to get to. First, we have to get to why do you believe that a supernatural? What changed your mind to convince you that a supernatural was even possible? Not just the supernatural. Period. Magic.
Sure. The first thing was realizing that magic is not supernatural at all. Magic,
well, by definition, if magic isn't supernatural, supernatural isn't magic, then neither word means anything.
Magic is a caricature of what supernatural is.
Okay, so what we would recognize as supernatural being magical, what the hell does the word mean?
Well, supernatural, as I said, is an event or an occurrence which
makes no sense, whose origin exists outside the universe, which coincidentally is the same definition as magic. The evocation of supernatural forces or entities to control or forecast natural events in ways which are inexplicable by science because they defy the laws of physics.
Yes, because physics is adapted to making sense of the universe as we experience.
Which means that miracles are physically impossible by definition, and thus God is impossible by definition. What made you think that magic or miracles or whatever word you want to make up for it, what made you think that was real or that could happen?
Because I personally accept that there was a Big Bang. There was a time before you can't say before, but there was a time when the universe as we experience it did not exist. It began to exist.
Nope. The physicists don't say that. Sean Carroll didn't say that.
Well, Sean Carroll is a rabid atheist, of course, but what I'm saying is we're talking about...
Hey, Sean, you hear that? He called you rabid. Okay.
Well, I respect Sean Carroll, of course. He's a very educated man. What I'm saying is that Big Bang Theory is mostly accepted. And even if you like, here's my perspective, Mr. Ruff. Fine, you
Mostly accepted as not coming out of nothing. I just want to clarify that. That if you have if there was a singularity, and I know that cosmologists are not in agreement about this, but if there was, let's assume, a singularity, then we have a compaction of all of the material energy in the entire cosmos in one area, which means, because supermassive gravity slows down time, that if you gather all the gravity in one place, then you will stop time, so that you get a asymptote on our Cartesian coordinate system that bends, slows down time until 1 second equals infinity when t equals 0, which means an eternal universe that did not come from nothing.
Fine. Let me show you something, and this is going to illuminate, I think, everything. Let's, for example, agree that the universe, at least the cosmos, always existed. Okay. Let's just say that was the case. Okay, I'm fine with that. Here is what we end up with. We end up with something that is existence, something whose nature is existence itself, something that is the uncaused cause, and something that is capable of producing parts of itself that are conscious, right? You end up with something that starts to meet the definitions of God. That's my
How?
Because
a magical anthropomorphic immortal doesn't come into this at any point.
We put aside no. If you have a uncaused cause that is capable of producing conscious,
say uncaused cause.
Yeah.
If it's eternal, we could have a cause for that asymptote to begin to bend. No idea what that might be, but it's not that we have a universe that is apparently eternal, didn't come from nothing. So we don't have anything remotely like a God at any point.
The universe starts to take on the properties that would belong to God. We are led to pantheism.
We can't. No, the universe exists. We know that the universe exists.
Yeah.
Your God does not. The God that you're talking about was made up by people within the last several thousand years, and then other people have embellished and adapted that idea. So that the original concept of God is very different than the one you believe in now. So the universe did not belong to God. And since you mentioned before about defining God, we should probably do that.
Yeah.
Every deity fits the description of being a magical, having supernatural powers, anthropomorphic, having human characteristics, immortal, meaning that it will not die of old age or cancer. Immortals can be killed, but there usually has to be a special way to do that. And you don't usually keep them dead, because the gods can be independent of whatever body they happen to wear and just come back in a new body or come back without one.
So you're defining God specifically, I would say, in a way to make it look ridiculous and fair.
Am I?
Yes.
How would you define a God?
Well, if you have read the book of Exodus, and if you remember Book of Exodus, God defines himself.
The guy who walks around and talks and sits and eats and waves his hand and turns his head and shows his backside, allows 72 people to look upon him, but also says that anybody who look upon me will die. Yeah, I understand all the contradictions. Has to cheat in wrestling and still loses. Yeah, I know, that guy.
Well, the Bible contains anthropomorphisms, which is using human terms to facilitate our understanding of the divine, but the Bible is clear that God is not human in form.
What is the definition of a God?
Well, God is a force or a nature that meets the attributes that have throughout history been applied to him, like being existence itself, uncaused cause, right?
How does Thor or Odin or Cirrus or Cernus, how does Horus or Set or any of these other gods fit into this definition?
Well, they are specific versions of God. We were defining a more general.
We have to come up with a definition that doesn't automatically exclude hundreds of gods that have been worshipped by millions of people for thousands of years. Agreed?
Sure, of course.
Okay, so we have to have a definition that applies to all gods, not just your God.
Obviously, yeah.
Okay. The definition I gave applies to all gods,
yes, but the definition you gave, and I'm not trying to be personal or anything, specifically made the concept look fairy tale like, which I disagree with. That is not
very what like.
a fairy tale.
A fairy tale. Well, of course it is, but it's not me doing that. If you want the simplest possible definition, there are the three criteria. God is immortal. You agreed, right? We agreed that God is immortal. All gods.
Not in an anthropomorphic sense. Immortal in the sense that he is existence. His very nature is.
Okay. For whatever reason, every god is in some sense immortal. Do we agree?
Of course.
Okay. Every one of them has magic powers, right?
Not magic powers.
Miraculous powers means the same thing. Miracle and magic have the same definition. They are the same thing. So every god has miraculous magic or miracle or magical miracles. Either way, it's the same thing. Every god has these powers, right?
Yes, transcend.
Okay, so they're magical, anthropomorphic, immortals. Anthropomorphic meaning they all have human characteristics. Even Fenrir the wolf has human characteristics.
No.
Fenrir the wolf does not have human characteristics?
I disagree that the serious God that philosophers talk about are anthropomorphic. They are described
not anthropomorphic about a vain and vengeful God who loves us all and has all these human characteristics and made us in his image. That sounds pretty anthropomorphic to me.
Yes, made us in his. Okay, so you are familiar with the New Testament. You probably read it. Jesus introduces this concept in the New Testament. What shall I compare the kingdom of heaven to? Basically, the idea is that for us to understand the divine, we have to think of it in human terms, even if the human terms are not adequate to describe it.
Unfortunately, Jesus did not introduce that. He introduced that idea to the Jews, but it had already been introduced at minimum 6 centuries earlier by Krishna.
Okay, well, regardless, you understand that we have to use this is actually what Thomas Aquinas laid out too. Basically, our view is that we have to use some sort of anthropomorphic terms to describe the divine, even
if it has intelligence to understand language, that is an anthropomorphic quality. If it has a human quality to it. So
yes, but understand not in our way. It doesn't have a super big brain. It understands in a way that we cannot fathom.
Okay, so gods have anthropomorphic attributes in godly ways. Granted, yes. But my definition still works on all 3 points. Well, and it's not that I'm trying to make God ridiculous. It's that God can't be made not to be ridiculous.
I disagree. Your definition is specifically trying to.
No, I'm not trying to. That's what it is. Every god. If we're going to classify all gods, we have to come up with a minimum number of criteria that apply to everyone universally accepted in that set before we can come up with specifics to whether some new addition might belong to that category or not. Mm-hmm. The way you do classification. I'm not making any attempt to make your God sound silly. That is just the minute. You couldn't do it better. You couldn't come up with a definition of God that would be as minimal as what I'm talking about. The minimum criteria that covers every God that people believe in.
Well, pantheism. You exclude pantheism, for example.
Why? Why would you assume that?
Because pantheists don't believe in some of the things you've listed. They don't believe in miraculous anthropomorphic walking figure. They believe that they.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about polytheists. You're right. Pantheists don't believe in a God in what we would classify as a God. Spinoza's God, Einstein's God was not a God.
Oh, so so there you go. Your definition is tailored to only make God that we believe in sound like a fairy tale. So that's kind of
it's not. It covers every God, including yours. But my definition doesn't include Spinoza's or Einstein's gods because those were not gods, as Einstein himself said. From the position of a Catholic, or specifically he said Jesuit, that you would have to consider Einstein atheist, because what he believed would be more in line with atheism than with Catholicism.
Okay. If you have a force, let's leave everything for a second.
I just want to clarify. If Einstein believes in Spinoza's God, which Einstein said, mm-hmm. and Einstein admits that his God technically is not a God, then what am I tailoring? Am I tailoring anything, or did Einstein already clarify that?
Well, from my perspective, Set is not a God, right? I mean,
why would it be?
Because it's
do you not think that is there a minimum number of people who had to worship him? What criteria does he meet? What?
He's a mythical character.
So was your God.
No.
Yes, your God is mythical. Everything about the Christ story was adapted from somebody else. There's absolutely no truth to any of it. There's not one bit of anything from your fables that you can show from your religion that you can show to be true or more accurate than anybody else's religion. All the religions can get together, and none of them can show that there's a there, that there's even a supernatural. None of them can show that there's a soul. None of them can show that miracles work. None of them can show that any of their spells or traditions, whatever, that there's any truth to any of it. Nothing whatsoever. Butt kiss, the lot of you. Donut, zip. I know you have some very great philosophers who know how to bullshit very well, and they've made a great career at that. But there's no truth to any religion, period.
Dr. William Lane Craig actually has a very...
And he was the last person you probably should have cited there.
Yes, Dr. William Lane Craig has addressed these forms of atheist slightly, and again, I'm not trying to be personal at all, slightly anti-intellectual attacks against the Christian faith.
So I'm anti-intellectual.
Not you.
Whoever's anti-intellectual. The fact remains, no religion can show that they have any truth to it. None, period. Done.
You define show in a way in which we could never meet that criteria.
In which we could verify that there's a truth there. The truth is what the facts are, what we can show to be true, not just the stuff that we want to pretend. There's lots of people who want to pretend all kinds of stuff, and everybody says, oh, I have the truth. I have the absolute truth. No, you don't. If you can't show that you've got anything of substance to indicate that you're actually correct, you don't. You don't have the truth. You don't have a fact behind you.
How could I show that what I believe is true if you define show in a way that automatically excludes the divine?
How would you define it? How would you show me that your belief is true?
I would start with something like Kalam cosmological argument. Are you familiar
Why
with
would you start with a logical fallacy that I've already told you about that makes two failed positions in this argument? Why would you begin with something you already know will fail?
Fine. I could begin with the contingency argument, with the argument from degrees.
Yeah, I know. I've had this conversation many times before. We never have evidence. All we have is arguments. The arguments are fallacious. Every one of them has a fatal flaw, but we'll never admit that.
Well, are you familiar with the argument from beauty, for example? There is a lot of
Yeah, ignore the parasites.
You've obviously debated this before, but what I'm trying to say is I'm trying to show you my perspective, which is which I think is slightly nuanced, because I'm kind of, since I was an atheist myself, I kind of know the you understand what I'm trying to say, right? I know how atheists try to attack it, so I'm trying to make it more bulletproof, kind of. Because I don't want to come across as someone who cites the Kalam argument that you've heard hundreds of times.
It's not that I've heard it hundreds of times. It has always failed because it has a failed premise that we've already covered. We've already discussed this. The Kalam Cosmo argument is a bad argument that makes it makes a false assumption, which then causes the conclusion to fail. So what have you got? What can you show me? Because I can tell you now, arguments aren't going to do it.
Fine.
I think
simple question that'll demonstrate.
Aquinas. So don't even bring up Aquinas.
Fine. I'll ask
something of substance.
Okay. I'll ask you a simple question that'll demonstrate why this is a wrong way to approach it. What specific, don't go into anything else, what specific piece of evidence would convince you that also is not an argument, the God of the gaps fallacy? Pick a specific argument that, when demonstrated, would not also meet the criteria of being a God of the gaps fallacy.
I don't understand the question. Why would you include the God of the gaps in my answer?
You don't understand what I'm asking.
Okay.
Could you personally pick a specific piece of evidence that would convince you that my God exists, that would also not be criticized as a God of the gaps fallacy? Basically,
I did already tell you a couple of times.
Yes.
That there was a supernatural. We have to have that first. So magic has to exist, or gods cannot, because gods are made of magic. So you have to be able to know that the magic exists. So there has to be, and I'll include in that. We'll include in that psionic capabilities. All of the Jedi stuff. Telekinesis, telepathy, remote viewing, empathy, astral projection. All of those. Any of those could be demonstrated to be real. Any of them.
Mm-hmm.
And at one point, everybody, even atheists, believed that all these things existed. We all thought that there was scientific evidence for these such things. I mean, that's why we glommed onto Star Trek so strongly. But it turns out there's no truth to that. None. There's no supernatural whatsoever. If there was, there would be many different ways of demonstrating that, but there's not.
Do you accept that time, as we currently experience it, began to exist?
In a sense, I would have to say so, because we have that asymptote has to go from dead straight to curved at some point.
So you accept that time can exist in a different dimension than how we experience it?
Time is a fourth dimension.
Sorry, I didn't mean dimension. In a different form than we experience it. You accept that? Well, basically, the Big Bang Theory is time expanding, right, from a singularity, and this is how our universe began.
Time doesn't expand. I mean, I'll grant you that time begins.
Yes.
The universe didn't begin, but time did.
Sure. And that's how I define our specific point of the universe, right? That's what I call.
How do you define our specific point in the universe?
Well, 13.6 billion years ago, the universe that we live on expanded from a singularity. But material existed in a different form than us, right? Time did not exist as we experience it. The materials that make up the space, the matter, it was not in the same form. So you accept that there is an existence that is different from how we experience the universe, right?
I'll entertain the possibility that there could be an existence that is different than we perceive it.
So why won't you entertain the possibility that some events that happen here could have their origins outside of this as we experience it?
There's nothing to indicate that, and you need to show some proof of it. You need to show the truth of it. So what can you show me to indicate that there is? Because what you've given me, okay, and I just want to be very clear. You've given me the lies of a liar named Bill Craig, and you have given me the lies of a Bible that we know are not true, and you believe both of these wholeheartedly. If God existed, evolution would still be a demonstrable fact, and you've already accepted that. If God existed, the Bible would still be man-made mythology with no truth in it.
I disagree, but
not even the existence of God can change that. The Bible is still wrong, even if God exists.
Of course, I disagree with that. Because
of course you disagree, but you are wrong. The Bible is still wrong. There still was no Adam and Eve. There still was no global flood. There still was no Tower of Babel. The Exodus evidently did not happen. None of that. And that would remain true even if there was a God. The Bible is still wrong.
Okay, so
cattle do not produce striped calves when they mate with striped sticks. Rabbits don't chew cud. Bats are not birds. We can go on. The Bible is absolutely wrong about everything that we can verify.
The way you talk now is kind of slightly in contrast with your first, if you remember the video of the first foundational falsehood of creation, where you show that the Bible is not meant to be an ornithology textbook. It's a theological book that uses human language to demonstrate.
Mm-hmm. And it does happen to be wrong. But as I said in the first foundational falsehood of creationism, there are quite a few people who do not base their belief on the Bible. So I've met quite a few Christians who advocate for science and admit that the Bible is man-made mythology, that things like Noah's Ark, for example, definitely did not happen, that this was just stuff that people wrote in.
Well, just to explain my perspective, I also do not personally believe in the global flood, but I don't believe that it's mythology. I believe that the description of the flood in the Bible is a narrative based.
Okay. It's a narrative that describes the water going to 15 cubits, which is roughly 22 feet, which is actually concordant with the flood that we believe that this is based on. I myself am certain that it's based on the flood of Shuruppak, because the depth of the flood described in the Bible and in other documents, there was a flood in that place at that time that met that depth and that had some of these related features. Did it have two of every animal on earth? No, absolutely not. That is a lie. That's a fable that was written into it. And it wasn't Noah either. And it wasn't, it was a guy that already had his cattle on a barge to take them to market who ends up getting washed out into the Red Sea. That's what happened.
Look how we changed. Sorry, it went from being a total fable to now having a historical core and being an acceptable narrative. So that's what I'm saying. That's why we have different definitions.
So we had this huge exaggeration beyond all context, where every original detail except the depth of the flood itself was blown out of all proportion. And now the flood covers all the mountains and killed everything in the world. So that's a lie too.
It's a colorful description of the civilized world.
Lies are not just colorful descriptions. Why did you call it a lie?
Because
there was no global flood, right? The Bible says there was a global flood. We know that there was no global flood, right? Does it matter that the eternal truth involved a different guy worshiping different gods?
Okay, so global in an allegorical sense, as in global, far-reaching.
So we're now going for allegory. There was a guy who worshipped different gods.
No, I don't accept that.
You don't believe that Mesopotamians had their own pantheon before rabbinic Judaism ever existed?
Well, they had their pantheon that kind of after Noah, right? Because even the Mesopotamian
except that it wasn't Noah. Ziusudra was not Noah. Ziusudra was a Mesopotamian king, and his records are inextricably tied to the Mesopotamian pantheon.
Yeah, I'm familiar with that, but Mesopotamian pantheon developed later. It describes some.
It's not developed later. It was already there. He is inextricably tied to it, according to the Sumerian king list.
I am. So basically, what you're saying is that Noah was a polytheist.
I realize that biblical scholars disagree with you across the board here. Rabbinic Judaism did not exist.
Sure. I agree. It's not. I'm not saying Noah was a Jew, like rabbinic Judaist or anything.
And that Judaism was based more on Zoroastrianism than on any other faith, right? You accept that the scholars say this as well.
Well, scholars say there is some interdependence, but I agree that like the worship of Yahweh, right? Yahweh was not like, you understand what I'm saying, right? Yahweh is a description of an eternal God.
I'm not sure about that pronunciation.
Okay, sure.
Huh? What?
I'm not sure. Jehovah, Yahweh, Tetragrammaton.
Well, I was going to say, just look at the letters. Look at the pronunciation of the letters, if those are the correct letters, and remember that these are the letters that you were supposed to breathe God's name as you walk. And now think about YHWH, and just think about walking Jehovah, Yahovah. Right? That's my personal opinion of what that the actual pronunciation there.
Yeah.
That's all it was.
What I'm saying is basically, not to get out of line, you started, this is a perfect example, by totally maligning the story of Noah as a complete.
I didn't malign. No, I'm being honest.
Okay.
The story of Noah is a fable. It is false. There was a flood. The story that we're now reading was evidently based on that flood. And all of the important details, all the names were changed, all the details, suddenly it became 2 of every animal on earth, which was not the case. It suddenly killed everybody. It flooded the high mountains. All of that is not true. Not a bit of it. So that story is entirely a lie.
So you do not accept that something should not be absolutely historically accurate to still, like,
this is God, right? That writes this book.
Well, God through the hands of humans.
He's infallible, but he creates something that only deceives everybody who reads it.
Well, it doesn't deceive them in a theological sense.
It deceives them in a theological way and in every other way. Everybody in the world. That's why there's tens of thousands of different denominations, right? And then this book doesn't show up until centuries after all these other books, like the Avestas of Zarathustra, for example, or the Vedas and so on. We had all these other religions previously established before yours came along, and yours was evidently based on bits of them. So there's not an original concept in it, and there's no logical sense to it either. But we can get into that later. I still have to wonder, just the question I was asking you in the first place. You were an atheist. And then suddenly you not only decided that the supernatural exists, and then decided that a God exists.
Yes.
And we've still never gotten to the reason why you thought there was a supernatural. Now we can get into the reason we thought there was a God, and then why you chose to jump into the most indefensible of all denominations.
Yeah, so what I accept first, of course, is that supernatural exists. God exists. God communicates. God specifically communicates through the Bible.
Not very well. He can't write a story to save his life. Everything that supposedly is attributed to God's word is really adapted from somebody else, has already been edited by other men, and contradicts itself. Look at the 10 Commandments, which, by the way, the Bible doesn't mention the 10 Commandments until Exodus 34. Why is there a completely separate set in Exodus 34 than what we got in Exodus 20? And why does everybody say it's 10 Commandments in Exodus 20 when there was 14 just in 20, and then the list continued on from Exodus 21, 22, 23? Why is that?
Well, the 10 most important and most reflective ones, right? Those are
the ones that show up in Exodus 34. The Bible does not mention the 10 Commandments until it gets to Exodus 34, and that's the one where you're supposed to sacrifice your children and to keep the feast of the leavened bread and the feast of weeks, and to not boil a baby goat in its own mother's milk. Prior to that, the commandments we get in Exodus 20, 21 to 22 and so far, many of them were lifted from the Stela of Law Code from Hammurabi, which came at least 500 years earlier than the time expected for Moses, and Moses evidently never existed.
Well, okay, so Moses, like the story of Moses, like the story of Noah, I obviously accept that there was a historical person behind Moses, right?
Yeah, there was at least three. Hammurabi was one of them. Snefru was another one. Well, and then there was Sargon. He's another one. And then there was another one. There was a fourth one, but I'm not familiar with the fourth one enough to talk about it.
Yes. So what I accept is that there was a limited exodus of a Semitic tribe led by
Babylon, not out of Egypt.
Well, the Pentateuch was written after the exile. Apparently, I think that's where the scholarship is, but it describes events with historical core about.
Yeah. Now, if we were going to say, as I know that the scholars do, I know that I don't want to say the scholars. I know that there are scholars who say that the story of the Exodus would be more truthfully based on a move out of Babylon around 450 BC, I think, but that it is not out of Egypt.
No, I still accept the historical core that there was a movement out of Egypt specifically.
We know that it can't have been, because none of the details of the story match up, and all of the numbers are off the charts. Everything is wrong. So you could follow the coastline from the city of Ramses to Canaan and never possibly get lost. But with God's help, you can be lost in the desert for 40 years. You start out with 600,000 men on foot among the Hebrews. They already outnumber everybody in the town. When you add the women and children and old people, then the Jews within Ramses outnumber everybody in the country. If they started walking from Ramses, single file, one man 1 meter ahead of the next, every man 1 meter away from the other one, the first ones would get to Canaan before the last ones left. It's only a 2-week walk, and we're talking about roughly 1 million people.
Well, as I said, I accept a historical.
I understand that you accept that all of these things are history that are clearly not, and you accept valid arguments that are obviously fallacious, and that you don't have any evidence for your position. But why do you believe it?
Let me clarify something. As I said, I agree that it is very, very much possible that it wasn't 600,000 people. It's just a narrative meant to illustrate a theological point based on a historical event. And again, as I said,
it wasn't a historical event. It didn't happen. Unless you got the city wrong and the century wrong and all of the other names wrong and all the numbers wrong.
Okay, so here's my point. You can have a historical event. You can have a narrative based on that historical event that is slightly told differently, that is meant to illustrate a truth
wrong, where all the details are wrong and therefore misleading.
They're not wrong. They're told in a narrative point.
Okay, if they're told in a narrative point and the numbers are not the numbers that they actually were, then the numbers are wrong.
Or we could accept that the numbers are simply meant in another way to say that there were many people in this narrative.
We're just going to make up any bullshit excuse necessary in order to preserve the fables that we know are fables and don't want to admit that they're fables. Let's look at when just before Sodom and Gomorrah. All right.
Yes.
So Abraham I think it's Abraham, and lounging about his house, and there's a knock at the door, and there's 3 guys there.
Mm-hmm. And
he recognizes one of them and says, "Oh, hello, God."
Yes.
And then God, hanging out with Abraham, he sends off these 2 angels, and they end up being the guys that Lot tried to give his own daughters to a rape mob in order to save these angels, because it's okay that they rape his daughters because they're just women, so women don't have any value. But what?
Well, you're slightly trying, like, you're specifically saying it in a way to malign them.
That story is absolutely reprehensible. There's no defense for that tale. So don't even try to go there. But that's not what I'm talking about right now. I'm not talking about that indefensible story. I'm talking about a different indefensible story. So the two guys leave. There was 3 at the door. 2 guys leave. How many is let leave?
1.
1. Okay. So that 1 is God. And at some point, Abraham drew nigh to God, according to the Bible, as they're sitting at a tree and eating. God and Abraham are both together sitting at a tree and eating.
Yeah.
But God is not supposed to have any anthropomorphic aspects about him.
That's the epiphany, but basically God using a human form to come. That is kind of like that is a foreshadowing of Jesus, right? The whole idea of God using the form of man. That is supposed to be.
There's an awful lot of apologists who completely disagree with you, who say that it doesn't mean that at all. That Abraham was actually only talking to a star. Well, even though the Bible's very clear, there were 3 guys at the door, 2 left, leaving 1, and the 1 that was left sat at the tree. And they argue that that God is pure spirit, and that men cannot look upon God even when 72 men look upon God at the same time.
Well, God can use human flesh.
Contradictions. God can use human contradictions, yes. And he can fudge the numbers, and all the facts can be wrong. And if there's a kernel of truth that some guy who isn't Noah, who didn't have 2 of every animal and only had his immediate area flooded out, and he believes in completely different gods. But if there was a flood, then we can say that the global flood of Noah's Ark is a real story.
Well, you know what I'm surprised with? Because you obviously talk with a lot of people who can creatively make even scientific facts like evolution sound ridiculous. So this is why I'm confused. You're making something sound ridiculous.
I'm making something. Yeah, there's no way not to. This is absurdity. Every bit of it. The Adam and Eve story, absolute absurdity. It starts from there. You can't get more ridiculous than the Adam and Eve story. Honestly, a talking snake. How could you get more ridiculous than that? Adam starts out as a golem spell. You know what a golem spell is? It's a Jewish tradition where you pile up a bunch of clay, and they did this in earlier than Genesis creation myths, like Enuma Elish and the Epic of Atrahasis. They form these clay figurines, and then you breathe into it the breath of life, and that's where all this comes from. It's because the people who wrote the stories and made up the gods didn't know what air is. They understood that you would die if you can't breathe, but they didn't know why you had to breathe, and they didn't know that air was particulate matter. They thought it was spirit.
Well, you are trying to use the very poetic language of Genesis to make it sound like a fairy tale, which it's
a fairy tale. It's got magic spells and talking animals and curses and blessings. Okay. So yeah, it's every way. It's a fairy tale.
No, supernatural is not magic. This is
supernatural equals magic. Magic equals supernatural. They are the same thing. They share the same different. Miracle and magic share the same definition. Look them up.
It's not Disney magic, right? The way you're trying to make
magic. Does Gandalf use Disney magic?
Yes, Gandalf is a fictional character,
and so is God. But what is what is Disney magic?
Specifically depicted spells and incantations and
spells and incantations.
Yeah.
So like in Leviticus 14, for example, when you have to go through the ritual of involving all 5 elements, when you have the earthen bowl and you have to kill the blood, or you have to kill the bird and drip the blood into the earthen bowl while it's running under flowing waters, and then you have to take the surviving bird and you have to dip the wooden wand in and sprinkle the blood onto the bird and release it in a field so that it flies, just so that you can involve all of the elements, all 5 of the elements in this spell. Is that what we're talking about?
Okay, so that is not this Disney spell, right? That's specifically a instruction from God of ritualized observance of religion, right?
Which has nothing to do with the actual fact of the matter, which was how to cure scabies in people.
That is what God...
So the Bible was absolutely wrong in its description of what you should do there. Just like the Bible is absolutely wrong on everything that it says. that we can when we're talking about history or we talk about science. Science is it's just wrong on everything in science, period. The Bible, every description the Bible gives about the earth in relation to the rest of the cosmos is embarrassingly wrong. The Bible describes the earth as a flat disk covered by a giant crystal dome that has windows in it, and the sun and the moon are both the same size as each other, and both, including the moon, are bigger than the stars. The stars and the planets all have personalities somehow, and that the stars can come down to earth and go to battle with somebody if they so desire. The Bible was written from the perspective of mere primitive savages who obviously had no idea what the cosmos was really like, and certainly didn't know what the shape of the earth was.
Look at what you're doing. You're taking very, very beautiful descriptions about
beautiful. It's insidious. It's idiotic.
No, listen to what I'm saying. You're taking colorful descriptions of the planets and the stars and saying,
lies.
Okay, so there you go. You have a very
it's giving a very false description. There is no firmament. Period. The Bible says it's firmament. No, there isn't. The sun and the moon are not the same size. They're not. The stars are not something different from the sun. The moon is not a light. Everything the Bible says is wrong. There was no Adam and Eve. There was no Tower of Babel. We already know that way before that story, by the way, was based on the Tower of Marduk or Marduk Ziggurat. You know, that was established by I think I have to specify that I think this is what it is based on. That was established by Hammurabi right around 1750 BCE or something like that. And roughly at that time, and this is the kernel of truth to the story of the Tower of Babel, is they used to teach cuneiform writing, reading and writing in school, and they would have kids learning how to print in cuneiform. And so they had a written language until the Mesopotamian Empire fell, which was when the Marduk Ziggurat was begun but never finished. So when the Mesopotamian Empire fell, all the schools closed and people lost the written in language that was then cast in stone. And they started doing these old tales by word of mouth, rehearsals, which have a tendency to get corrupted, so that 1,000 years go by before I think it's the Phoenicians, I can't remember, who eventually reintroduce writing again, and they start writing the stories down. Only now they're different, and they didn't know they were different because nobody could read the old stuff anymore. And when they finally unearthed Ashurbanipal's library and could compare, well, yeah, these stories changed a hell of a lot over 1,000 years, actually.
This is actually, you're obviously familiar with, cosmic skeptic, Alex, his name is, and he actually had a very good video about the trial of Galileo, and he brings a very good quote from Galileo Galilei. It is, and I simply will quote him, "It is necessary for the Bible, in order to be accommodated to the understanding of every man, to speak many things which appear to differ from the absolute truth, so far as the bare meaning of the words is concerned." So this is what I was trying to basically flesh out.
So it doesn't matter that the Bible is wrong, that what it says is wrong, that nobody ever lived inside a fish, and that the rivers never turned to blood, and all that other prophecy crap that, for what Matthew says about what Isaiah said is also completely wrong. That whoever wrote Matthew, because we know it wasn't Matthew, obviously didn't understand what Isaiah was talking about either. But that's why that's completely wrong. Do you accept it or understand or admit that?
Well, the part about Matthew not being the author of Matthew is that's probable because most scholars seem to accept that, but no.
Yeah, and when you said that what Isaiah 7 speaks of was supposed to be a fulfillment of prophecy and having a virgin give birth, we know that's not a prophecy. Well, whoever wrote Matthew didn't understand Isaiah, because Isaiah was not prophesying about some kid that was going to be born 700 years later. He was prophesying about his own son way back then.
Yes, and it had a double meaning that Matthew notes and evaluates and applies to this situation. That is actually...
He can't, because the purpose of that child in that story, 700 years before Jesus, was that by the time that kid was old enough to choose honey over curds, then the king at that time was going to know that his enemies were not a threat to him. However, that prophecy failed every way that a prophecy can fail, because Both of those kings did raid. Isaiah was completely wrong. That king was killed. His enemies were a terrible threat. The kid never got to be old enough to choose honey from curds. Every part of that prophecy failed. He was not in any sense, nor could he have been talking about Jesus.
Well, you don't accept the concept that I brought up earlier, which is this idea of being a prototype of something, right? You can't...
But because there's no correlation. There's nothing in Isaiah 7 that can be matched with Matthew. Nothing.
No, the fact is, of course, that Matthew, whoever wrote Matthew, was a genius, right?
A genius.
Well,
how many empty assertions are we going to make here? So some guy who's like retelling the local legends of his day in two different versions, because we got two different authors telling basically the same thing. And how is he a genius? He didn't even he's even citing earlier work he clearly did not understand. What about that is genius?
Okay, well, the author of Matthew was, of course, an educated Christian of his time who knew the Hebrew scriptures very well. He actually read from the Septuagint, which is the Greek translation of the Bible, the Old Testament, Bible, Hebrew Bible. And he sees the double meaning of certain texts, like the one in Isaiah.
Yes, I've heard these stories before. It's like other references in Kings, where the dogs are biting. What's his name? I hate when my memory fails me. So there's some king who has I think it's a dream where he has dogs snapping at his hands and feet, and because one of the translations uses the word pierced, then suddenly that sentence all by itself, outside of the entire thing, having nothing to do with the story it was telling, that sentence suddenly becomes a prophecy about Jesus. You couldn't get a more you couldn't get a better example of an out of context quotation than that. But that one sentence by itself is supposed to prophesy Jesus. How? Because the dogs tore at him like lions and pierced his hands, and they're not talking about Jesus.
The Old Testament is filled with scattered references to
that don't portray to Jesus, because they were written by people who never thought about Jesus, who didn't believe in Jesus, and Jesus didn't meet any of the criteria to be the Messiah anyway.
Here's what you have to understand from our Catholic perspective. Even the people in the Old Testament we still count them as Catholic. So Adam is literally a Saint Adam to us.
Except that there was no Adam, of course. Adam is a fictional character based on Adapa and also on Enki. And probably somebody else as well. To the best of my understanding, anyway. We know that there was never an Adam.
No,
we're certain there was never an Adam.
Let me clarify. We Catholics accept, well, at least I.
Okay, so why are you Catholic? Getting back to the first question at the beginning of this discussion. What got into your head that made you throw away skeptical thought and made you assume
the
Bible?
I am Catholic because I applied my skepticism to my own position of at the time atheist.
You're not.
Yes.
You can't. You're demonstrating the very opposite. You're saying you can accept any bullshit excuse. You can redefine everything necessary just as long as you believe in the fables that you know aren't true. No, there's no kind of anything even looking like skepticism involved anywhere in there. Nothing. You surrendered skepticism. You may use the name because it makes you feel good, just like you misdefine faith and use it as trust. But that's what you're doing in your own head. You're not fooling anybody outside of your head.
So what I said is that I started to apply, basically I'm not going to be talking personally, but when I was an atheist, when I considered myself a skeptic, I applied skepticism to other positions. I applied skepticism to parapsychology, for example. But I realized that as a good skeptic, I have to first and foremost start critiquing my own position of godlessness. When I started doing this, I left godlessness.
Okay, that's a great point to start from, even though we should have started with this a long time ago. What was the thing? If you're applying skepticism, then you would have to go in the complete opposite direction that you did. So looking for the truth of your position, what did you find?
First point that was right there is, of course, saying goodbye to this form of very hard atheism. Right?
Why? Skepticism does not ever imply saying skepticism requires saying goodbye to faith. Because if you ever want to find the truth about anything, the first thing you have to do is give up faith.
The way you define faith, I don't use that. I use faith.
I know, you use it wrong. You use it as truth. I mean, excuse me, you use it as trust. But we know that faith is a belief that is not based on scientific evidence, meaning that if you applied faith, then you would limit yourself to scientific evidence. You didn't.
Look up the term faith in Wikipedia.
Many times from every possible source, including pistis, Greek, Koine Greek, from a couple of different scholars on the subject. I'm done looking up the word faith every possible way to show that I'm right again.
Yes. Oxford Living Dictionaries defines it as a confidence or trust in a person, thing, or a concept. That is the definition I accept.
When I said, when my summary definition says includes the word complete, so there we have a confidence. Okay.
Yes.
I have a whole lot more if you'd like me to cite them, because we can play in the dictionary all damn day, and I can go not just from the dictionary, but also the scriptures, and not just from your scriptures, but from a whole bunch of different scriptures, because Hindu belief and Muslim belief all use the same definition of faith that I do, and your Bible does.
Jesus has a good parable about building the house on a firm foundation. You're familiar with this, right? I think it's at the end of Matthew.
Yes, and that's the biggest problem I have with religion, is it doesn't do that.
There you go. What I accept as a Catholic is that we build a foundation, that the foundation can be tested. And if the foundation, this is the genius of William Lane Craig, if the premises are true.
Of William Lane Craig, the genius of idiocy. I see.
I was going to cite him.
I'm going to bring up dictionary.com. Confident belief in the truth, value, or trustworthiness of a person, idea, or thing that does not rest on logical proof or material evidence. Would you like the next one? A complete confidence, strong belief in a religion, a system of religious belief. That's from Ask Oxford. Belief, the assent of the mind of the truth of what is declared by another, resting solely and implicitly on their authority and veracity. Reliance on testimony.
I haven't seen any Christian scholar use it in that sense.
Well, I know. The Christian scholars go to this. I can go after we get through with the dictionaries showing that I'm right. We can go to all your scriptures that show that I'm right, and then we can go to other people's scriptures that show that I'm right. Do we need to, or are you just going to admit now that I'm right? You already said you don't have any scientific evidence, so you've already admitted that I'm right.
So basically, am I supposed to use the definition of faith that I don't use in real life? I don't use that kind of faith.
I'm going to use common language. If I'm using the word the way that is actually being used by Christians and by dictionaries and by scripture, even not just Christian scripture, but Jewish scripture and Hindu scripture and Muslim scripture, then I would say that if we're going to be fixing on common language, that I'm using the common definition and you're not.
Okay, let's leave aside the language. When I say I believe, that's not the action I describe. I do not blindly believe.
And you have scientific evidence. You either blindly believe without scientific evidence, or you believe because of you're compelled by scientific evidence, which is it.
Can you take out the word scientific from there? Say evidence, just generally evidence.
What about the part about being scientific do you object to? Is it that it's empirical? Is it it's demonstrable? Is it it's verifiable? What is it?
It's exclusive from your perspective. You're constraining the word evidence to only match the things that you want it to match. You basically say, prove it. Yes.
Can we look up other definitions that have nothing to do with, weren't written by me, were written before I existed? Do we need to look up other definitions to verify them right about this too?
Why not just go with the word evidence? Well, why ask me about scientific?
Okay, we're going to go with the fact that indicates, which I think is the most common definition, isn't it?
Well, again, we have a very, I don't want a constrained view that already excludes the super. If you start with the presupposition that the super.
I don't have a presupposition. Having started out as a believer and then investigated the evidence and come to my position, you can't say that it's presupposed.
There you go. I'm one step ahead of you. I did all that and still went to religion, Roman Catholicism.
Yeah, I'm sorry. You can't say that because you went from a position where you claim to use skepticism but prove that you didn't use skepticism, that you somehow are in a more loftier position than I am. You're not. You have lost your skepticism. You forsake skepticism.
I am a proud skeptic right now, and
we're clearly not remotely skeptical about any damn thing. You did not ask for the truth of anything. You did not reserve your convictions until you were compelled to by evidence. No, absolutely. You did not have evidence. You still don't. You based everything you believe on faulty assumptions of authority and fallacious arguments by your own admission over and over again.
Let me just explain. I am someone who has been participating in these debates for so much time, just on subreddits like Atheism, Debate an Atheist. I actually created my own subreddit just to discuss these things with other people and to see and evaluate. And if you know several...
Why does it sound like you've never had this conversation before?
I've had many conversations like this before.
How is it that you're this unprepared?
I'm completely prepared to...
Clearly not. You haven't got anything. You gave me fallacious arguments. You gave me over and over again William Lane Craig. And when I told you that was like the worst example you could give, if that's the best you got, try again. You kept lobbing him at me. Bill Craig again. You kept using the same source. You can't have had this conversation, or if you've never learned from it, you couldn't show that your definitions are correct, not for anything that we've argued for definitions. You have no evidence to back you up. All you have are arguments. All the arguments you cite are fallacious, and you still have not given me a reason why you should have ever adopted the belief in God, much less the Christian God, and certainly not the Catholic God. And how could you ever have adopted the belief that the Bible is true when we know for certain that it's not?
Yeah, well, you can do this against any position, right? I mean, yeah, you can. I could, like...
There are people watching this right now who already know how to challenge me on other things. Maybe there are scholars in this, in history, for example. I know the historians are very good at this. They will fill me bullet holes, figuratively, over anything that I've gotten wrong. And I will have no defense, probably. If in fact that they're right, and there's no way that I can argue the position the way I'm arguing with you. It's the difference is they will be able to show, if they're going to challenge me at all, then they're going to be able to show the things that prove that I'm wrong, and you can't. They can, you can't. I can't do this with just any position. I can do it with your position because it's not skeptical. Not
you accept
anti-skepticism.
You accept for a second. I've obviously followed your lead, right? You kind of initiated more, and I've listened. Can I now, for a second, turn it the other way, where I kind of initiate the questioning and you are the one answering, right?
Have at it.
Yeah. So you accept. Let's for a second concede that the universe is all that exists. Let's call it cosmos. This isn't. My problem is this. Let's accept for a second what we have. We have something, a force, or whatever you want to call it, that has always existed. Its very nature is to exist. We don't know what it means for the cosmos not to exist, right? And cosmos is able to produce parts of itself, we're parts of the universe, and make them conscious. My question, and these conscious parts of the universe are...
By make them conscious, we're just allowing that's an emergent process that's happening
Sure.
without intent or design.
Sure, you could say that. Okay, but it has the ability to produce parts of itself that are conscious.
If it's an emergent process, then I wouldn't say that the cosmos has that ability, but I grant the premise that you're going for. I can see where you're headed.
Okay, sure. My question then becomes, what would stop you from calling that force God?
What?
What would stop you from calling it God and basically becoming a pantheist?
Because it's not, it has no intent, first off. It has no anthropogenic qualities.
Wait. Parts of itself have intent.
It has no supernatural abilities.
Wait, just a second. It is capable of producing parts of itself.
But it's not, because we were talking about this as being an emergent process, which means that we don't have to have anything capable of doing anything. It's emergent, so it's from the bottom up, not from the top down. What you're talking about is a top-down orchestration, like an administration, but emergence comes from the bottom up, without an administrator.
It happens within the universe, right?
Right, which is why I could not call it God.
If a force has parts of itself...
It's not a force.
Okay.
It's emergent.
Okay, if the emergence has qualifications...
It doesn't. It's just patterns that are evident from a backed up perspective. If you wouldn't see it if you're up close. Right. It's like, how do I phrase it? It's like all the birds turning together in a cloud formation. The birds are not aware that there's this formation that other people see. And everything that you look at on a molecular scale is going to have numbers that are off the chart. So from our perspective, so people like count how many atoms are in any item, and they're going to be very impressed with that. Oh, how many that is.
Are you familiar? Are you familiar with the concept of the argument of beauty from beauty, basically?
Are we talking about looking at the sunset?
No, not that kind.
Did I hear you say correctly? You said argument from beauty?
Yes.
Okay, then I'm not familiar with that.
Okay, sure. Basically, what my point is, do you accept that beauty objectively exists?
No.
So you don't accept that even beauty exists?
Do you accept that heavy metal is the best music? Obviously, an appreciation of beauty is going to be subjective.
Okay, so does a perfect circle exist?
Yes.
So you're saying that certain things exist regardless of being observed?
What do you mean regardless of being observed? We can observe a perfect circle.
So concepts like concept number 7 exists in the universe before we invented language for it, right?
No.
You don't accept that number 7 exists?
Sets of 7 existed, but the concept of 7 didn't exist until we conceived of the concept.
Okay, so this is my form. Well, not necessarily my form, but this is how, basically, this is the argument from some teleological argument, but bit adjusted. What else would you expect had the divine existed? We have, please don't, I'll just list it down. We have intelligent concepts like mathematics. We have people who report communication with the divine. The only conscious species that we know of innately has desire to connect with the divine.
Except that that's not like like what you're describing at all. First of all, as you said, you accept that we've been here for, that humans in our current anatomical state have been here for 250,000 years. I'll accept that, okay. And that the diminution of our jaws, for example, require that we have forced us into a situation where we have impacted wisdom teeth, 85% likely to become malaligned and leading to morbidity and possibly infection. And we have an awful lot of people who have over that 250,000 years died from impacted wisdom teeth. And there was nobody who had invented pliers until just a few centuries ago, and nobody had invented anesthesia until like 100 years ago. So let's just think about the injustice of humanity being abandoned by their God under these ridiculous circumstances all this time. Let's talk about the fact that we have everything aligning, all of the data that we get, the preponderance of data to show that there is no damn God. And then we have the absolute butt kiss of anything implying that there is. All we have, all we've is because we are a social animal. We understand that if we go wandering around and doing stupid things, somebody might see us. And so we have to be very careful of what we do or how we look or whatever, even when we don't think anyone's watching, because somebody might be able to see us. And if we have this sensation that somebody might be able to see us and make judgments and maybe report on us to other people, or maybe attack us when we're not looking or whatever it is, then we start thinking that somebody's watching us all the time. And then we come up with the idea that not only is somebody watching us all the time and being terribly interested in watching us all the time, but they also somehow know what we think. Now,
yes,
people all over the planet think that these are your dead relatives, or this is your spirit totem or whatever, or your God, whatever these people want to make up. Yes, we have this propensity as a side effect from being the type of social primate that we are inclined to think that somebody's always watching our every move and terribly interested in everything that we do or think. That does not imply that your God is actually real. Everything in reality implies that your God is not real.
What you listed basically was, I guess, a modified form of some sort of theodicy, which again would be compatible with our concept of original sin. You're no doubt familiar with that concept.
No original sin.
Well, okay, we accept the original.
I know. I agree. I believe in mythology. I understand what you're saying, but there is no original sin. You disagree, but there isn't. Doesn't matter. You think that there was an Adam, there wasn't, period. You think that, it doesn't matter. You believe things that are not true. Disagree, but that's still a fact.
Well, my initial question was, what else? Like, if you see these patterns that are here objectively, right? You have logical things. Like, let's take, for example, natural selection. It's something that can be logically studied. It can be made sense of. You have that, and you have the only species that we know is conscious. I'm not saying others aren't. It's just the only one we can demonstrate are humans, has an innate desire across all cultures to connect with the divine. Is it?
Except that it's not always as I just described. Sometimes we think it's aliens. Sometimes we think it's past life members. Okay. We think it's dead relatives. It's whatever we want to make it up to be. But that people have this imagination that is unfortunately favored toward the fantasy over the reality sometimes doesn't really make a strong argument in your case, but it seems to be your only argument, that it is safer to assume that that the reason the grass is moving is because there's a tiger than to just remain calm and just assume that it's just the wind. The people who assume that it's just the wind to get killed by the tiger, if there is one. So it's safer to assume things that maybe not there. And this is how we lead to religious belief. It's not that everybody has this innate desire to communicate with the divine. I don't, period. Not now, not ever. I did not care. Nothing about God ever made sense. It was a huge weight off my mind when I finally realized, after many, many, many years, that the whole answer is there's no damn God. There's no supernatural, period. None of it. None of it is real. Now everything made sense.
I was in that boat on and off for about a year. I'm telling you, I understand why
you forsake skepticism and adopted a belief that is not supported by any evidence. You refuse to hold to scientific evidence. You want to make up excuses for why you should just assume things that are not evidently true. And worse, you assume things that are evidently not true, things we can prove to be false, and you believe them anyway. Why?
Because obviously I disagree with what you call false. I think,
but things we know are not true. You will call it colorful language if all the names are wrong and all the numbers are wrong and all the details are wrong, but that somebody somewhere had a boat, then somehow that makes the story justified. No, that makes the story wrong. That makes the story misleading.
Misleading as you define it.
Misleading as in everybody in the planet now thinks that Adam exists. You have been misled to think that there was an Adam. You have been misled. Your book is universally misleading. It misled you.
Well, Adam is a saint in the Catholic Church.
Adam is a fictional character everywhere. You believe something that is not evidently true, that is evidently not true. You believe things that we can prove are false. There was no Adam. Even other Christians know this if they're scholars in science. Like Francis Collins, for example, director of the Human Genome Project, can give data showing that we know there was no Adam and Eve, period.
Well, yes, I accept that. I accept that evolution. I accept human evolution. I'm not saying that Adam literally was a human first human. I'm just saying Adam as a historical. There's a historical core behind.
There's no historical core behind Adam and Eve. Adam and Eve, to the best of my understanding, Adam is taken from a couple of different legends that have nothing to do with your God at all, and Eve similarly came from another similar one, which again had nothing to do with your God. And the recognizable details come from polytheism, and then they were adapted to your mythos, and then they changed the names of the characters. Colorful language, if you want to call it that. Lies is what I would rather call it. But we're not trying to deceive people. We're just making up funny stories like Isaiah, when he's talking about Hillel ben Shahar, Lucifer, the light bringer. You believe in Lucifer?
Of course. Obviously.
Of course I believe silly, ridiculous things we know are not true. Okay, so when Isaiah is talking about how art thou fallen from heaven, O Lucifer, what was Isaiah talking about?
Referring to a primordial event in the kingdom of
He was talking about Venus. He was making fun of Mesopotamian astrology because they used to tell the story about Hillel ben Shahar, Lucifer the light bringer, being Venus, the planet Venus, who would never rise very high in the sky. And he was supposed to be the grandson of El, who was the sun god, literally the sun. And El had two sons, Shahar and Shalim. These are the dawn and the dusk. And so Venus was the son of the dawn, Shahar. And so he rises in this story, in this astrology, he rises to commit a coup against his father. And then, of course, the sun rises and casts him out so that Venus disappears. And so that's where that came from. Isaiah knew that he was talking about Mesopotamian astrology. Isaiah knew that it was not. Isaiah knew that he was not talking about Satan or a devil.
Don't you accept that it is possible to, again, use adapted language from other cultures to talk about our religion? That's what I'm talking about.
Is it possible to do that in some other instance? Yes. In this one, no.
Well, no. Just about the enemy of God.
Isaiah wrote this from a different perspective than you're reading it. That's it. That's all. Isaiah was not talking about your Satan. Period. So you believe a whole lot of things that have no justification, neither evidential nor logical, not in any sense rational, and yet you're claiming to be a skeptic. Why?
Because I applied my own
no skepticism whatsoever. You threw skepticism out the window and refused to ever deal with skepticism again. Refused to ever think skeptically about anything. You have demonstrated for an hour and a half that you have no connection to skeptical thought at all whatsoever. You haven't said a single thing in this whole conversation that says that you even know what skepticism is. What the hell? You just decided to start believing things for no reason. That's not skeptical. You said that the first thing you wanted to do as an act of your skepticism was to say goodbye to atheism. Wrong. You don't choose to change your mind about whatever your position is as a skeptic. You can challenge it, but then you have to show facts, data, empirical, scientific evidence, something that will actually endorse your position. You don't have that. You've failed every request to produce it.
Skepticism, when properly applied, will invariably point away from godlessness. Now, I'm not saying...
Skepticism, when properly applied, will invariably point away from God, but away from believing things that are not evidently true. It will not point to believing things that are not true.
Let's take a look at people like, you're familiar with William Lane Craig, Lee Strobel. These are some of
the... Do not bring up Lee Strobel. I mean, seriously, if you're going to step down from Bill Craig to Lee Strobel, why not jump straight over to Kent Hovind? Let's see how far down you can go. Lee Strobel, seriously?
Well, an atheist?
Were you like an atheist for like a whole minute? You don't know better than to cite Lee Strobel? Well, the guy who wants to pretend that he used a skeptical approach when actually all he did was interview a whole bunch of believers about how they believe. Not one skeptic is involved in that whole series of interviews because he's not a skeptic, and neither are you. You never gave one skeptical reason that could have directed your position. Nothing.
Isn't this kind of a variation of the true Scotsman fallacy?
No, not remotely. You haven't shown anything that qualifies as skepticism, period. You threw skepticism out the window. You have demonstrated that over and over and over again. You've admitted that your definitions are wrong. No, you don't want to admit that, but you have admitted that you don't have scientific evidence. You admitted that you simply assumed your conclusion without any evidence to indicate it.
Here's what you have to understand, Aron. All of us, me included, you make certain presuppositions.
No, we don't.
Yes, you do.
No, we don't.
All of us.
No, we don't. As I mentioned before with Hume said that we are absolutely forced to make the assumption that other minds exist and that there is a reality external to ourselves. We don't have a choice in that, and that's important. We have to make the same assumption that a baby would, or that an animal would, or that a beast, as he put it. We have no choice because it is literally madness to try to do anything else. It is impossible to function otherwise. Now, beyond that, no, I make no presuppositions.
So you obviously presuppose that...
I obviously do not presuppose.
Sure. Let me finish it. Do you not presuppose that you can learn some things about the universe?
As I said, you have to make the basic precept. You have to, in order to function at all. And that's the way science works. Science works with the model that works, even if we know that there are flaws in it. Like Dalton's model of the atom is still being taught in high schools and colleges because we know that in certain mathematical applications, this works, even though we know it's not an accurate representation of what an atom is. We still have to teach it because it still works. So we have a model that works. And this is the model that works. And any attempt to assume otherwise, that there is not that there is not an external reality, is madness. It is impossible to function. It is the definition of insanity. Get it?
Sure. So what you're saying is that the perception from the godless side is what decides what works and what doesn't, right?
No. Godless and God, that has nothing to do with anything. We have a reality, whether God exists in it or not. We know that the universe exists. And my biggest complaint with religious believers is how quickly, and I'll give you credit that it took you a while to get there, before you start questioning that your position is so weak that the only way you can be right is if reality is wrong. And so you have to start questioning whether reality exists. Most people, honestly, only take a couple of minutes to get there. So I'm giving you credit for having taken an hour and a half to fall to this stupid excuse that most other cohorts in your position would have resorted to a long time ago.
What I was trying to say in the bigger scheme is that I am not an exception. People, and I brought one example that you for some reason didn't like, Lee Strobel, are people who have started.
Why did you mention that name again? So people who are dishonest now, on top of being fallacious, are not advocating your position. They're not arguments for me. They're evidence against you. How do you not see this?
Like, are we going to seriously question whether people like Lee Strobel were atheists before becoming theists?
Yes, we are seriously questioning that, because he didn't do anything remotely skeptical. All he did was produce a book wherein he interviews believers, giving no indication that he was ever not believers, and he included no non-believers in his entire diatribe. So he then assumes a position that grants him a great deal of money for which we have no verification at all, nor do we have any reason to believe that, since there's no skepticism applied whatsoever, and all of his arguments are invalid. Yeah, I'm gonna more than question that.
So do you accept that there are people who were formerly atheists who applied skepticism and then left atheism?
No.
So
I've interviewed a handful of former atheists, people who I could could verify were atheists, sometimes even atheist activists, and have gone back. But the surprising thing is, and I think I mentioned this in the email when you first contacted me, is that when I talked to people who were actually former atheists and they went back to religious beliefs, their reasons for going back to belief are actually worse than the excuses given by people who were always raised in that religion. When an atheist goes back to religion, the answer is less valid. There's never been a good one. I can give you the list of bullshit excuses that I've been given. Yours, honestly, may take the cake at this point. I mean, the only one that I had worse than you was some other guy who had a respectable PhD and had a good background, respectable science and everything. I like the guy. There's just the one tiny problem was he said he just started believing because he wanted to. He wanted to believe that. Why? No reason. It's just an emotional thing. He just wanted to start believing it. Essentially, that's what you're telling me too. You're just not admitting the detail about that you believe this because you want to. You tell me that you had evidence. Turns out you don't. You said that you have I don't know. You got arguments, only fallacious arguments, and now from known liars as well. That's the best you've got to go on. Why are we even having this conversation? Well, that's a good question.
Yeah, well, I try to present the perspective of someone who had, because when I was what I call an inner circle atheist, is that there is a stereotype that once you become an atheist, you can't leave, you can't become, and that's what I challenge. You can apply skepticism, and
let me just correct you, because I've interviewed a handful of people. People lose their ability to think rationally very often. I've seen a handful of people make very irrational decisions to pretend to believe things they know are not true, or to just make believe things until they do believe it's true. Fake it till you make it. Lie to yourself until you believe your own lies. That's the course you're on. It's not only like skepticism.
I'm challenging that whole idea.
You're not. You're confirming it.
What I'm trying to tell atheists, like yourself, again, you're someone I respect, because even as a Catholic, I still accept theistic evolution in large part thanks to your series, right? But what I try to tell them is, if you're a skeptic, start by applying skepticism to godlessness. It will lead you.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. Apply skepticism to godlessness. So you go to try to find, how would you prove it wrong if it is? And that means you're going to have to base everything on empirical evidence.
Yes, and
which cannot take you to where you are.
What we have in the universe is consistent with the divine.
Atheism is consistent with atheism. There is nothing remotely indicative of the divine. There's not a divine. There just isn't one. You had to assume that. There is no evidence to indicate it. You have fallacious arguments from known liars, but that's about all you've got. And I think we've hashed this out enough times.
Yeah.
Now, when we can get off this, and you can go pat yourself on the back and say you're a great skeptic, and you can continue to lie to yourself like you have done to get you into your religion. But that's all it's going to be. Yeah. You have demonstrated no skepticism at all, nor could skepticism get you to where you are.
I think at the end, it still was a respectful conversation and everything, right? Regardless of if we disagree.
I'm glad that you think so. I honestly, I'm a little embarrassed about my behavior because I'm just losing patience.
Not at all. Not at all. Not at all. I thought that you and it was a nice way to kind of come full circle, right? Because when I discovered you around when I was 17, now I'm 20, to kind of be led out of it, right? Out of doubt and into certainty, into godliness, and to come full circle and talk with a person who was in large part a part of my initial deconversion. That was kind of a good one.
Good afternoon, Bill. Ooh, that was loud, wasn't it? Bill muted. You are muted, sir. Anyway, the link is above. Please join. Just to sum up what I've just done, basically I ran the foundational Falsehoods of Creational series by Aron, and then I ran this interview. Welcome, Artangelo. Welcome. You got some connection issue there, sir. Something's shorting, sounds to me like. No, push all the cords right into the sockets properly. Oh, it's getting better. The buzz is gone. Has disappeared. So far, I can't find anything to disagree with Artangelo about. Come on, Artangelo. You're being very monotonous, Artangelo. Well, there's a buzz. There's still a buzz.
What?
A buzz. A zzz. It's like there's a short somewhere, like something's not quite connected.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, Bill. Oh, you coming in loud and clear, sir.
Okay, found the right button to push.
Finally. Okay. All these damn buttons. It's like a cockpit. Yes, sir.
That and the wires, yes. I will hold my tongue until Artangelo is fully present.
Yeah, he's having some technology issues, and we shall wait.
Is it better now?
No. It's still a buzz.
Sounds like you got set to the wrong microphone, sounds like.
Could be, yeah.
Okay, is it better?
Oh, that's so much better. Yes.
Bill fixes it again.
Bill, you did the right thing. Well done, sir. Yeah. You made a couple of very funny comments in the side there. I tell you, if I had awards to give out, you get one of them. You get the first one.
Yeah. That's mostly why I'm here. I'm a side chat dweller.
Oh, okay. All right. Fair enough. Artangelo, welcome to Sidney Winston International.
Ooh.
The international. Yes, sir.
Sounds very sophisticated.
No, it's not sophisticated. It's international, where anybody can call in from their own country with a number that's in their own country and a code that is provided next to that number. Isn't that amazing?
Yeah, absolutely amazing.
Yeah. So yes, sir.
What about to invite Aron to have a debate with me? I'll be more than happy to have it here at your channel, similar to Sidney.
I don't doubt that you'd be more than happy to debate Aron Ra, but and I appreciate your confidence that I can actually reach out and invite Aron Ra to have a debate with you. However, I don't believe that Aron Ra's schedule is, he has all that much free time. But I will look into it. I'll get my people to talk to his people. How's that sound?
You have to have the creds. They call it the creds.
Yeah, the creds.
Like CC?
That's a low cred bar there.
Well, so then, that already answers what you just said, right?
What were your impressions of CC in that interview, Artangelo?
He was very weak. Very weak. I think Aron won the debate, even if I disagree with all the assertions that he made. I think that it was polite. I was actually surprised that Aron was not constantly interrupting and interjecting. And
I think you felt sorry. I think you felt sorry for CC because like you say, it was a very poor, performance, as well as it didn't sound like he was a university student to me during that whole interview.
No, CC made only one mistake, in my understanding.
What's that?
And that is to permit Aron to scrutinize his worldview. I don't permit. I actually try atheists not to do that. I prefer to put their feet into the fire and them to justify their claim that most probably there is only the natural world.
I understand that, but CC took.
As soon as I do that, then atheists they scramble immediately.
But CC took the position.
Like a card house.
CC took the position of he went from atheism and he threw some skepticism at his atheism, and now he's a Catholic.
Yeah.
That was his,
Well,
literally, that's what his story is.
well, I don't think this is a wrong approach, Sidney. I think if atheism is unwarranted, then the only alternative is theism. So you move from atheism to theism. I don't think that is the wrong approach. I think this is
There's
the right
no
one.
way, I understand what you're saying, but there's no way you can go from atheism to deism, because that's what you're doing. Okay, and then all of a sudden jump from Catholic to Catholic instead of to Baptist, instead of to Buddhist, instead of to Muslim, instead of, you know, whatever. It doesn't make sense that if you're going to concede that there's at least a supernatural something that created this reality that we know exists. That's pretty much where it stops. If you're an atheist and you decide and you are skeptical about your atheism, I believe it'll stop right there, where you say, okay, there might be a God, there is a possibility, therefore I'll take that chance, not a problem. But to go from there to Catholic or anything specific, I do not buy that. I do not buy that CC was ever an atheist.
Well, that is a further step. In a cumulative case, you start with the proposition that most likely there is a creator, and then of course you will try to find out the identity of that creator.
No, he
and
starts out.
Eventually that can lead you to any kind of religion that you think is compelling, and it can be, as you said,
I've heard
Islam, it can be Judaism, it can be Catholicism, it can be whatever world religion is there out there. Okay.
Yes,
So-
but Artangelo, he went from an atheist, like inner circle atheist, as he calls it, whatever the hell that is. Okay. He went from that to Roman Catholic. That is irrational. You know, you have to admit that is irrational. However, I did hear him say that he was as I said, he was an atheist, inner circle atheist, like totally convinced, speaking out against Christianity and whatnot. You know, almost like he's trying to be a biblical figure himself, like a modern day Paul, Saul, whatever. Anyway, he went from that to absolutely getting angry when the word atheist actually comes out. No, okay, I'm a little exaggerating, but really not accepting that atheism can possibly be a thing, because he was a skeptical atheist. Oh, he used his skepticism to disprove atheism. It just doesn't sit right. It doesn't make sense, don't you think?
But you know, I think that the big majority of believers, they do not come to the faith through reason, but through will, and through other motivations, like going through depression, and that was my case, and looking for a way out, or any personal motivation where you see some benefit in becoming a theist.
Oh yeah, you know what? I knew I was an atheist long before I knew I had depression.
They come to the faith through an inculcation, through upbringing and the bubble they live in. It's handed out generation to generation.
Ooh, I need to give out an award to Artangelo. There was a great skit and stunt you pulled with your friend, the unmentionable, the other day. Who, I can't say names. I'm sorry, but apparently, if Artangelo comes onto anyone's show from a certain list, then Artangelo gets into some serious trouble with this person. But it was a really good stick.
No.
The fact
No,
that you're here proves it was just a troll. I love it.
Well, I don't permit anyone to dictate to me where I shall interact. And
Well,
that,
you know that
is And I mean, this is also from the atheist camp. Recently, I was on an atheist stream,
Yeah.
and then and then soon from there, I went to Discord, and then they have heavily criticized me and told me that I'm a liar, that I'm this and that I'm that. My answer to this is, hey, if you think that I am a sycophant and a child which permits that others tell me where I have to interact, then you're wrong.
No, I agree with you.
Well, that's a very free-thinking position, but they don't want you commingling with the purveyors of satanic demonics.
That's the thing. Your, present company included, your life is over.
Well, I was recently on a stream with Satanists, and it was pretty
None
good
of them,
conversation.
none of the
Really?
Satanists were named Sidney Winston. I'm pretty sure.
Well, I've caught you on with Spatchcock. I think it was Spatchcock and a group of people.
That was before he
That-
got into trouble.
Yeah, it was last 2 or 3 weeks.
I mean, publicly, isn't it humiliating, Otangelo?
But Sidney, you know what I am observing for years now is that Aron runs from having a public conversation with me.
Why
do
would
you
he?
think
Why
of
would
that?
he? Why would he?
Yeah, shall I tell
Let's
you
assume.
why?
Wait, hold on. Let me
Yeah,
say.
shall I tell you why? I tell you why.
In a moment. All I could say is, let's say he did have a debate with you, and he used exactly the same words that he used with CC. How would it have turned out any different?
Well, I wouldn't have let him to go where he went. I would have scrutinized his own worldview. And the claim that he says that he has no faith, that is just pure hogwash. He cannot prove that the natural world is all there is. He takes that on faith, inasmuch as we take it on faith that God started and instantiated everything. So that's pure bollocks.
Well, I take it on faith that Tommy the Tank Engine is a real tank engine, and it chugs up and down and protects the rural part of England. I really believe that, and you can't prove me wrong.
All I am saying, Sidney, is that nobody of us has access to ultimate reality, and with that I mean
There's no such thing as
we don't-
ultimate reality. What you're
No,
living, this is ultimate reality.
Well, what I am saying is, you don't know if there is something beyond the physical natural world.
Nor do
and
you.
I don't, and yes, neither do I, and nor do you or I know with absolute empirical proofs that God exists.
I can say for sure that I do know that God doesn't exist, because what I can
No,
say
you
for
don't
sure,
know
hold on, let me finish. What I can say for sure is that whatever the cause of the whatever the singularity came about was through natural events.
Yeah, you don't know that. You
Yes,
believe
I do.
that.
I do. You know why I know that? Because reality is natural. What came out of what emerged from the density, from that one point, the dense point, that was the energy that we have in the universe today. What emerged from that was caused by something natural.
Yeah, you make a basic mistake here.
No,
you
I don't.
conflate
Natural causes natural. Simple.
Okay, you conflate the mere fact that we exist. Yes, we all know that we are here, but that doesn't mean by default that our existence is explained by natural causes. We have two
Yes, it does.
possible competing
No,
hypotheses.
we don't.
One is that God created it, and the other that he did not create it.
No,
Neither
you
neither
are
do
presupposing
know-
God, Otangelo. You're presupposing God.
I'm not. I'm just putting on the table the two possible competing hypotheses. I've not made any assertion in regards of which of the two I think is the more plausible one. All I am saying is that we exist, and that fact means that there are two possible competing hypotheses. One is that God created us, the other is that God did not create us, and that the natural world is all there is.
Okay, can I say hello?
Neither you can prove that only the natural world exists, and neither can I prove that God made it all. All we
Okay,
can
can
do
we say
is
hello to Tyler? Hi, Tyler. Welcome.
Hi, I have to go back to work in like 5 minutes. But
Fair enough. Fair enough.
I had a question
Yeah, go
for
ahead.
Otangelo.
Yeah.
I asked him this in chat. He never answered that. He's telling me that the laws of physics, they impose, you know, the behavior of this. I say it's descriptive. So my question was, well, what about the law that of radioactive decay that tells us the Earth is 4.5 billion years old? Okay, do you agree with that, Otangelo? Or
no,
do you
no,
just pick the laws of physics that you like, the ones that agree?
Okay.
Well, first of all, I am not a physicist which understands the science to come to that conclusion. So I am withholding judgment in regards of that issue.
Well, you said they impose that, you know, that God imposes these laws. He keeps these laws in place. So you always talk about the second law of thermodynamics. You know, what is a closed system? A dead body. What does the law of thermodynamics tell us about a dead body, you know, being dead and rotting for 3 days and then coming back to life? Is that allowed by the law of thermodynamics?
Well, if God instantiated them,
No, I got a dichotomy for you. God imposes and holds the laws of physics and the laws of nature at all times, in all places, or he does not. So which one is it?
Well, he can, in certain occasions and instances where it fits his purposes, to break these laws.
So
That's
I
what
don't
I
ever
think
want.
he does
Okay,
when miracles happen.
So I don't ever want to hear again precept or apologists like yourself telling us that we, the ones who are scientifically inclined,
Well, I am also
cannot
scientifically inclined, so I'm sorry. Don't say that only atheists are scientifically inclined.
Well,
That's
the
simply
things
not
you
true,
say,
okay?
the things you say disprove that. So I'm just saying that you are telling us,
No, they don't.
the non-believers, that we cannot be confident that tomorrow will be like today. But you are the one in that position. You have a personality that can change the laws of physics whenever he wants. I say they are indifferent. These are natural laws that care nothing about what we want, what we do not want, okay? And that they are acting according to their own nature, not somebody imposing or tinkering with them. So you are the one in that position. You don't know if tomorrow will be like today.
Okay, listen, the constants of physics, they are fundamental numbers. And when plugged into the laws of physics, they determine the basic structure of the universe. And these fundamental numbers, they are not based on even more fundamental laws. And that means that these numbers could change. And if they would change, then you would not be here and have this conversation with me. And so, of course, the question is, why is the universe based on these laws rather than on different laws, which then would be non-life permitting? And we are talking here about an infinite range of different numbers that could be put into these mathematical equations, and then we wouldn't be here. So
if we lived in a universe that was not life permitting and we were here anyway,
now
then you would have a case.
No, we wouldn't.
The laws of nature say that we should not be here. You know, physics tells us we should not be here, yet we are.
No,
then
what physics is saying is that the laws, they are precisely the way they are in order to permit for us to be here. And that demands an explanation.
That's the puddle analogy.
No, it's not, because the laws of physics, they have to be instantiated right at the beginning of the universe in order even for a universe to exist. And we couldn't adapt to the universe if there would be no universe. So the mere fact that the universe actually exists that as well demands an explanation.
Well,
these things are descriptive and do not occur until sentience emerges.
Yeah,
okay, we describe them, we discover them, but that doesn't mean as well that they are prescribed in the sense that these laws and these numbers, that there is no physical necessity that they do have the values that they have in order to permit life to exist and we to be here.
No, they describe the way things actually are through. It's a
did you understand what I just said?
Yeah,
you're saying that there's something. Numbers exist as some sort of a thing floating in the ether.
No. You completely misunderstood what I said.
I have a real hard time understanding when people describe it that way. That the laws impose. The laws describe what is this going on, what is actual. It's once again, it's just a descriptive language sentient people use. If there were no sentient beings in the universe, there would be no arithmetic or numbers, but the universe would actually be doing exactly what it does. If we get our equations wrong, it doesn't affect what's actually going on. Our descriptions may be accurate or inaccurate, but that doesn't affect actuality in the least.
Okay, let me ask you something. Could charge be only positive, or has it to be positive and negative? Electric charge.
That's the description. We call it positive and negative.
Answer my question.
Yes, it's describing what is
occurring.
No.
I'm asking you a different question. I'm asking you. I can ask as well this: is there any physical constraint? Is there any physical constraint that says that gravity has to be only attractive and that it cannot be repulsive?
The only objective constraint would be what is actually occurring. It's the only way I can say it. What is actually occurring?
Gravity could be as well repulsive, and if it would be repulsive, you would not be here having this conversation with me. That as well demands an explanation.
No, you don't get from that to a talking donkey and a talking snake, or Tangelo. So I have to go back to work, but let me just say, you're talking about gravity. What does gravity tell us about the Earth suddenly stopping to allow the sun to stay in the sky for Joshua to continue his battle? What does angular momentum tell us about that? It's either always, imposed, as you say, or it's a natural thing. You don't get it both ways. You don't say that God is not a liar. He imposes these laws at all times in all places, except when he doesn't. You don't get it both ways. So I have to go. But good evening, gentlemen. I'll talk to you later. Thanks, Sidney.
Yeah. Gravity could be repulsive. I suppose you could say it could be, but that would not be an accurate description. Just be couldas and wouldas.
Of course, it's not an accurate description, because we do not experience gravity being repulsive. Otherwise, we wouldn't even be here. The whole point which I am making, Bill, is that it could be also repulsive, and if it would be repulsive, we would not be here. So the fact that it is only attractive demands an explanation. And this is just one amongst hundreds and hundreds of fine-tuned parameters which must be just right in order for us to be here. That fact demands an explanation. And I say fine-tuning is observed, fine-tuning demands an explanation, fine-tuning demands a fine-tuner. That is my argument.
Yeah, but if you cannot explain it, it doesn't make any difference about the fact that it's here and doing what it's doing.
All I am saying is that the fine-tuner, all that I am saying is that the fine-tuner fits the bill and explains why the universe is fine-tuned for life. There is no other plausible explanation. You can posit the multiverse where the parameters are infinite, and then ours is the one which did fit the bill in order for us to be here. But then you would still have to explain the origin of that multiverse.
Wouldn't have to explain it. It would be what it is. And
well, if you simply would claim that it is a brute fact, I mean, you can do that. But that doesn't explain anything. And I think it is logical, plausible, and logical to infer that when we see fine-tuning, then there must be a fine-tuner which did that for a specific purpose.
There's only one brute fact, and that is occurrence is something. Non-occurrence is nothing. And when you say you have to attribute to a creator, all of a sudden, next thing we know, we've got a morals giver and some watching us, a celestial dictator, as Hitchens would say, and we've got afterlife, and we've got all this stuff that bloats out from that one fundamental truth that there is something rather than nothing. The rest of it is
well,
all.
Since you touched to morals, do you agree that it's wrong to rape, kill, and torture babies for fun?
You know, I've been thinking about that. I've heard that around. It's a real loaded question filled with all sorts of emotional content. But I've been thinking this recently that morality is direct consensual behavior. Now, I may go through my life really wanting to kill somebody.
That's not what I asked you. I asked you if that is objectively wrong to do that in all circumstances.
It would be no. It would well if you could get consent from a baby to be tortured and killed.
Well, do you think
it
you
would be moral.
will get that? Do you think you will get that consent from a baby
No,
to do
I
so?
don't. I
Okay,
don't.
good.
Why would
So,
say that
okay,
it's
so we
immoral?
agree that it is always wrong to behave. So now my follow-up question, Bill,
Not
is
always.
why should matter and physics, matter, space, and time, which upon your worldview is from which everything else is derived, including us and morality, why should matter care about what is right and wrong? These
It doesn't.
different things. Exactly. So that would actually mean that if we are the product of just physical matter or natural things, then there could be no objective moral values, and you could never say that any behavior is good or wrong.
Well, that's
Because the universe doesn't care about our behavior.
yeah, but we're not the universe. We're sentient beings. We have brains at work. We've emerged. We're physical beings.
Yes, but isn't it according to the naturalistic narrative that first came the universe, then came planet Earth, and then somehow by natural means it created the first living organism, and then we evolved, and now here we are?
That sounds fairly accurate to me. Yeah.
Okay, so yes, so that's exactly what I am pointing to. So in the end, we are basically the product of stardust.
Or God dust.
Well, no, I am now questioning your worldview. According to your narrative, we are basically stardust, right?
Yeah, I'll go with that.
Okay, so how is it that stardust should care about our moral behavior?
Because stardust, whatever it does, it through the natural course of things, evolved into sentient beings that became socialized and such, and they established morality is a social contract.
You know, Bill, I love this. I love to hear this because you're hanging yourself by the gobbledygook and pseudoscientific nonsense that you're just claiming right now.
Is my gobbledygook 40% gobbledy and 60% gook, or is it 60% gobbledy and 40% gook? And is one better than the other?
Well, I would say it is 100% gobbledygook and pseudoscientific nonsense.
Well, that's like saying Jesus was fully man and Jesus was fully God. You want to talk about gobbledygook?
It's not about Jesus. It's not about Jesus right now, Bill. We are talking about your worldview.
My worldview. Why is my worldview gobbledygook?
Because stardust doesn't care if we torture babies.
But we're not stardust. We come from stardust,
Well,
but we are
yes,
sentient
right.
beings. We
Right.
are. So you think
Right.
sentient beings?
So we came from stardust and we go back to stardust.
We
and
are
whatever we did in between these two states of affairs, stardust doesn't care. The universe doesn't care. And when we are dead, then the universe will not care if you were a jerk or you were a saint.
Well, same way before I was born, the universe didn't care. Neither did I.
Exactly. Right. So basically, our lives and our behavior cannot be good or bad and moral, and it cannot be meaningful.
Well, that's a pathetic because we're sentient beings and we have a social interactions. We feel pain, we feel pleasure, and we experience what we experience, and we only while we're alive. We don't get it after you're dead.
Right.
go to heaven and you find that your mother, who is an atheist, is not in heaven, how can you be joyfully in
You're
heaven
talking about
if
your worldview right now. So
well,
you agree with me that I can be a total jackass, a total jerk. I can do whatever I want. And when I am dead, I am dead. It doesn't matter what I did because the universe doesn't matter. I will become stardust again. And in 1,000 or 10,000 years, whatever I did, nobody will remember.
you're taking a huge leap there. You're taking a huge leap. We are
Isn't that a
sentient
state
beings.
of affair?
We are sentient beings. That's why I'm saying morality is direct consent. If you could find a baby that could consent to being tortured and murdered, then it would be moral to do it. If I wanted to kill somebody and somebody wants to be killed, is it immoral? Is it immoral to kill them?
Okay, if I would live all the consequences of atheism and believe what you believe, that once we are dead, and that's it, then I would actually think about how can I best serve myself and make the best out of it during my life, because once I am dead, the show is over, and whatever I missed to do, I will not be able to do it again. So
a lot of people do that.
I think,
That's
yeah,
the problem with evil in the
exactly.
world. Yeah,
And
that's
exactly,
the problem.
and I think that would be actually a logical behavior or inference to do whatever most pleases you if atheism is true. Now that can be to be a saint. That would be okay if that is what most pleases you, or to be a jerk if that most pleases you, because what basically you should take out of this life is the maximum of happiness and of self-service. Once you are dead, you are dead.
Yeah, but the actuality of a God doesn't change those options in your life.
Oh, it does.
Oh,
Once
because you're
God
going
is
to burn for
eternal.
eternity? Because you'll be punished
Yes,
for
exactly.
eternity?
Yes, once God exists, and once God is eternal, and once we are eternal, and once that He says that we will be judged upon what we did or did not in this life, then whatever I do here becomes meaningful, and then it will have eternal consequences, and then I will entirely think about what I will do in this life, because when I die in this existence, I will be judged upon my behavior, what I did here, and then it is also relevant why I am here. What is the meaning that I am here? Why did God create me? What was His purpose to create humanity? And once I have these questions answered, then I can eventually adapt and adopt to them. And,
Okay, that's a portrait of servitude, eternal servitude.
Well, it
Let me
is
finish.
servitude, but servitude will be beneficial for all, because the Bible says that the meaning why He created the created order is to love us, that we love God, and that we love each other.
I'm going to assert that the major advances in civility and civilization was the reversal of the Dark Ages and the Enlightenment in the Age of Reason. Okay.
Well, if you go study the influence of Christianity, especially in the Western, in the civilized world, then you will see that it had very strong influence in education, in healthcare, in arts, in music, in civil rights, in politics, in basically all relevant fields of human existence. Christianity has shaped our modern civilization as maybe nothing else.
Yes.
And to the better, to the positive, and that because of the golden rule given by Christ.
Yes, where we could have been today if only the Enlightenment hadn't come around.
Well, yeah, tell me. Weren't all the science fathers basically Christians, like Newton, Maxwell, Pasteur, and
Greek.
so forth?
Renaissance of Greek, rediscovery of the classics.
Yeah, but all the science fathers, they were all Christians, and they did do their science motivated on trying to understand how actually God did it all.
Socrates was a Christian.
No, I'm talking here about the science, the fathers of modern science.
Yeah, well, people do what they do. You know, all the great artworks that were made to celebrate God was what you had to do in order to be able to express yourself as an artist, as to depict the religion. You know, you had to get sponsored by the kings and the wealthy families and stuff. So all the content was religious in nature. Okay, so you know you can, um, you know, it's not like left our own left to our own devices, we're always going to do evil. So uh, I don't see where history shows that the best way of civilizing, of advancing civilization, is through superstition and ancient mythology. I don't know. Yeah, you. I don't know where to go from that. It's just.
Well, I think I'll leave the stream. Okay. I
I
think
didn't
we
mean
have
to chase
already
you
some
away or anything.
interaction.
No, that was a
I
good
enjoyed
chat.
talking to you.
That was a good chat.
I hope
Okay.
I wasn't rude to you. I don't like
No,
it when people are rude to Tangelo.
I hope I wasn't either to you. At least I guess so.
I
Well,
don't
I will
think it
listen
was
back to this.
rude anyway. No.
I guarantee I will listen back to this because I don't think everything has to be said in a single conversation. So if I got off track, or if you show me that I'm off track, I'll be able to evaluate that by listening back to it. All right.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
Yeah.
Bye, guys.
Yeah.
Bye.
Bye. Thanks for dropping by.
Oh, what an asshole he is.
Stop that.
Oh, okay. No, I don't like when people are rude to Tangelo.
No one was rude to, but no one was rude to Otangelo.
Well, where did I break down? I guess I just broke down in my train of thought. But did you catch what I was saying? You think I was effective?
He wasn't listening to you.
He sort of did a gallop on me, I think, but
no, he just wasn't listening to you.
Well, yeah, I have to listen back to it to see what kind of tangents he goes for.
Yeah,
because it's pretty much the same thing. It always leads to the same thing with him. That's why I call him stubborn in the Sive chat, stubborn and blinded. But he didn't grasp what I was saying. So just try to further elucidate on a train of thought where you're just talking past each other. I don't have the stamina for entropy.
Okay.
I like that. It's a good play on words. I don't have the stamina for entropy.
Yes, very drill indeed.
I always do that. Where's Frank White when you need him?
We don't. What the hell do we need Frank White for?
Just something to talk to. Anybody out there?
That's the funniest one I've heard all day.
I got to look back and see how many people are listening now.
Listen, I've been streaming for so many hours today. It's almost like I'm at my job.
Yeah. Do you have a job? Do you work?
No, this is my job.
Yeah, I'm retired. Okay, here we are. 9 watching now. 11 thumbs up. So we're doing all right.
We got 11 thumbs up.
11 thumbs ups.
Look, 9, 11.
9
viewers, 11 likes. Something's transcendental happening here, Bill. What do you think the message is? 9, 11. Oh, shoo! It's gone to 10.
Yeah. Well, at 9/11, it's just that the towers of Christianity will come down.
Oh, yes. I want to be the Hercules. I mean, the Samson that pushes all the towers of Christianity down.
Oh, there's some comments I didn't see while I was talking here. Maybe Otangelo will come back when he has an argument. That's pretty good. Are they talking about me talking? I can't tell. Yeah, I was saying that someday there will be a statue of Christopher Hitchens in the Vatican.
Yes, that's what you said. That was pretty funny.
Yeah, that's a good. Okay. Lucy 7 says, anything I do is permitted God, apart from not believing in Jesus. So Tangelo.
Well, do you think Artangelo was trolling for Darth, or he was here on, with good intentions?
Oh, I think he does what he wants to do. Yeah, I think he tries
No,
to
the thing is that he's friendly with Darth. Darth makes the rules that if he hangs out with me, or Godless Girl, or Jail Warren, then they are done.
Well, have you, Sidney, had much experience with showbiz people or just entertainment, anything like that?
No.
Well, there's a persona when you're when you're when you're presenting yourself for popular consumption. There's a personas that are assembled like Darth Dawkins. So if you're in mixing it up with that, there's certain leeway and wiggle room you give to people, understanding that they're just trying to push a product. It's basically a product. Uh, I have a friend.
Okay, I just want to talk to my sales team. This product, this quarter sales are down. I need you to step it up. Step it up a notch.
Do you got a team? Do you have a team that's helping you sort of conceptualize what you're trying to do?
No, it's all me.
So yeah, so you're all solo guys.
Yeah,
a solo guy.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Well, maybe we can get the secret cabal going and once again train the champion.
Actually, it's not that. It's Hangouts is back. Is basically the message, and this is the new Hangouts. We're back.
It's working pretty good.
It's working flawlessly.
Yeah.
The only times it doesn't work is when my equipment fails.
Yeah. Tell me what kind of computer you got? Do you mind telling me?
Yeah, it's an HP Pavilion.
And do you know what the chip is and what the processor is?
I do.
Is it like an i5 or something like that?
No.
Is it older?
No. It's higher. Hold on a sec. I'll grab it.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Would you be able to make sense of what I have?
Yeah.
All right.
Tell me what you got.
Where would I find that system? Probably there.
Look on your system page.
System.
You run Windows, right?
I'm on a Windows indeed, but I should have a settings or something with all this stuff.
You right click on this computer. I think. Let me see. Right click properties. Let me see where you got how to get to it. No, that's not it. Control panel. You can try control panel, and then go to system. View by category, large icons.
I did that
system.
already.
And I click on that. Okay. Yeah, it tells you device specifications. I'm on an Aspire 5600.
Where's the system?
It says about. You click on control panel and then on system. And then the screen should say about your PC is monitored and protected, and it gives you the device specifications. If we're looking at the same page.
When I go to about, I go to settings.
Are you seeing? Okay. Yeah, you're on the settings page.
Right.
Okay, I'm going to back up again and do this again. You open up your control panel, and you go to the one that says system, and you click on it.
Oh, yes.
And it opens up a window,
yes.
About. And then it says your PC, and then down it says a few lines down, it says device specification.
Yes, of course. Sorry.
In the main part. Okay. So.
Okay. Well,
it tells you the name, tells you the processor, how much RAM you have. It's all listed.
You're talking way faster than it can actually move. Okay, here we go.
I'm sorry, I thought you.
No, it's just that it's slow. It's you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Okay, so all right, it's
that's
back.
Right.
It's back. I've got the information. Sorry. But anyway,
so what does it say?
It's an AMD A12 9800. It's got a Radeon R7 graphic GPU, 12 computer cores, 4 C plus 8G, whatever that means. and then it's a 3.80 gigahertz with 16
And how much RAM you got?
16 gigabyte.
You got 16 gigs of RAM, and you're having slowness. There's something going on there. Do you have a
Yeah,
solid state drive?
no, but you know what it could be? It could be the same problem that Nakasuchi had. It could be, and I'm going to check it out when I go offline. It could be the autosave in his Premiere. It could be all the autosaves in my Premiere Elements editing application.
Well, the most significant thing you could do is spend $50 to $70 on a 250 gigabyte Samsung solid state drive instead of using a hard drive, a spinning hard drive to have as your C drive for all your
Yeah,
your Windows, and that will increase everything about 9 times as fast. It makes it pop.
okay.
That's the best investment you can make.
Good. I will add that to my Amazon wish list and post my wish list.
Yes, okay. And then aside from that, there's Google videos about how to optimize your computer, and it'll tell you what processes to turn off because Windows is a big memory hog, and it'll take up all sorts of stuff. If you've got a lot of programs that start up when you start your computer up, they'll grab a
Yes.
bunch of memory. You got to turn all those off, all the stuff you don't need, because it grabs the memory, and then you start getting slow performance.
Yeah. No, I haven't really had that problem. I it just seems that the more windows that are open, the more resources that are that are unavailable to streaming, the slower this computer runs, and eventually it just overheats and shuts down.
Oh, you getting that too, huh? Jeepers.
Yeah.
Well, I'm an Intel guy, so I've always used Intel cores and
So
processors.
what name brand uses Intel? Obviously HP doesn't.
No, you probably usually can get them with either. And actually, the AMD processors, the most recent ones, are faster than the Intels, and they're a lot cheaper. But
Okay.
no, I was just thinking of
What
optimizing what you've got. There's no reason that with a 12-core processor and 16 gigabytes of RAM that you should be having significant latency.
I hear you. Yeah. Well, it could be very much just it could be the fact that I've got too many um, temporary files, and I need to clean them off. Maybe I'm going to think. I think I'll try that first because that's there's no cost, and it's a learning experience as well.
Yeah, there's really good videos on YouTube that tell you how to trim up your computer, how to clean it up. You don't have a lot of windows open in your browser, do you? You don't have, and you don't have the
No.
programs.
I do
Program
usually, but when I stream, I close the window.
right, and you make sure that they're also shut down. You don't have minimized other programs minimized running in the background, all that stuff.
No, no. If
Nerd shit.
no, if it's open, it's because I'm using it.
Okay.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, they're talking about it in the chat here.
And also I set the incoming video to audio only, so there is no way to stream your video in this room. It's like Discord.
Well, once again, if your C drive is filled up with data, if that'll slow stuff down.
No, there's like it's like only half full.
Eh? Is it a laptop or a desktop?
It's a desktop.
Okay, yes. Well, all I can tell you to do is ship it to me, and I'll do a tune-up on it and send it back to you.
Well, you might as well just come and pick it up.
Well, like local delivery only.
You probably live like on the tip of Florida or something.
I'm down in the deserts near Mexico, where all the beheadings in the desert go on.
Yeah, it's close enough to Florida.
Yeah. They either go there or here. The snowbirds.
Apparently, the snowbirds are really pissed off this year because the U.S. has not opened the border to land travel.
Yeah. Well, when I talk about snowbirds, I'm talking about the people from Indiana that come down here during this.
No, sorry.
Winter.
We have it trademarked. You're committing libelous slander right now.
Misuses of the term snowbird.
Snowbirds are Canadians who go down to Florida in the wintertime.
Yeah. Well, we got them out here too, out in Mormon Mesa, Arizona, full of mobile home parks, and they're gone all year, and then they come down. And
why would anybody want to go to Florida or your desert? I just don't get it.
Because in the winter they come for the winter.
But the winter is the best season of the year
in Arizona.
In the upper reaches of Arctic Canada here, where I am.
Oh, jeepers. That's just a taste thing. We got Iowas, Indianas, people from the Wisconsins. They're all up there, and I guess it snows or gets cold. I don't know. I was born out here and have not traveled much, so I'm just a desert dweller. But they come here for relief during the winter.
Indeed.
They all own these like triple wide mobile homes, and they just leave them empty all the year long. Then they come out for 4 or 5 months.
Well, you know what? That's the beauty. That's the beauty of private ownership. It's theirs. They can do whatever the hell they like with it, and nobody should bitch about it.
Right. And every time they come out here, it's all full of scorpions and crickets and mosquitoes.
Exactly.
So pest control is a moneymaker.
Some people must really not like the minus 40 below the minus 40 below weather for some reason.
Yeah.
Anyway, Bill, I got real life things to do.
I'm so lonely.
That's okay. I'll come back later on and check if anybody's around. Maybe start a live stream for the Europeans. You know, for Europe and Australia, which will be alive a little bit. They'll be up and about a little bit later on.
Well, if I get a notification, I check in. So I'll just get this thing ended and posted so I can go back and listen to what me and Otangio talked about.
Sounds good to me.
Please.
Okay, we're done then.
I will bid you adieu.
Yes, sir. Good night.
Dave's gone.
the year.
In Arizona.
In the upper reaches of Arctic Canada.